Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for Wednesday. It's October 18th, and another gorgeous sunrise about to happen here across Memphis and the Mid-South. It looks amazing out there. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now with a look at the forecast. And Patrick, we're in that pattern of like rinse and repeat, it seems like, each and every day, right?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to say that after I said it during the summer, and somebody called in and said, I'm tired of him saying that every time, lather, rinse, repeat. If you say it one more time, so I stopped saying it just for that one lady. So,
Okay. Good for you.
It's like, but yes, to your point, if you say it, it's fine. And I agree with that statement. It has been kind of the same old pattern as we've been in over the last couple of days. But the difference is that we have been trending a little warmer gradually. And the reason why we've been trending warmer, and actually, if you look at some of our forecasts looking back earlier this week, we had to trend our temperatures up higher gradually as well. And the reason why is because we've been so dry as of late. Remember, when you have very dry ground, it warms very efficiently. Of course, we've had nothing but sunshine the last few days. We've got dry air in general. It has warmed very efficiently. So yesterday got up to 74. Today decided, hey, you know what? We made 74 today. We got a lot of sunshine today, a little bit of a breeze out of the south of which will tend to warm us up a bit more efficiently. Going to go 77, so we'll see how that plays out for us. But at any rate, we're clear skies here to start off the day. We'll keep the sunshine theme going. Again, middle 70s expected this afternoon. That wind a little aggressive out of the south and west, around 10 to 15 miles per hour. But again, a nice complement of sunshine. Notice some clouds sneaking in here this evening. That comes by way of that next system coming down the pipeline. It doesn't bring us a lot of rainfall. It's like a bubble around the Mid-South for the most part, with the exception of our eastern areas. That's where we could see a few showers that could be worth something. When I say worth something, maybe a downpour or two to scoot across portions of North Mississippi and the eastern extent of West Tennessee. But many spots are going to be dry, even though that we do get a chance for a few passing showers here tomorrow morning. You'll see here on your First Alert Futurecast with temperatures starting off in the 40s and 50s this morning. We'll work our way towards the middle 70s this afternoon. There's the clouds to the north and west that will start to swing in our direction. That will actually start to build in here through the start of your morning on Thursday. This is 4 a.m. As you're joining myself and Taylor Tucker, we're going to be looking at the potential for a few showers moving into eastern Arkansas. When Ariana and Andrew get on the desk, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, moving through the metro area. This has been pretty consistent in the modeling the last couple of days with this band of showers, this initial band of showers moving across the Mid-South, and the timing of it has been very consistent as well. So we have good confidence that we're going to have a few showers, maybe not in the exact locations that you see here, but they'll be close enough that we'll probably be dealing with a line of light showers moving across the area. Again, just a few showers. It should be in and out of here fairly quickly, and by 8, 9 o'clock, moving out towards Middle Tennessee and Northwest Alabama. For us, then, sunshine winds out. We'll still have a southerly breeze, still a bit aggressively coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. That may lend itself to a few more downpours to develop during the afternoon hours. You see a few of those sneaking across the Highway 64 corridor and the Highway 72 corridor. Those areas would be the highlight zones to see a few downpours tomorrow afternoon. So I'm talking from Summerville to Bolivar to Selmer, and then from Lamar and Walnut over to Corinth. Those corridors would be the potential for a few showers during the afternoon hours tomorrow. Then sunshine to return, a few passing clouds early on, back to the middle 70s for your Friday. Overall, we're not going to see a ton of rainfall. We need the rainfall desperately. And I was looking at some of the data with the Mississippi River here this morning, and it does not look great for us. If you were watching a couple of weeks ago, we had a conversation with some folks of the Mississippi River Towns and Cities Commission, and they were talking about how the river levels probably would not, and the Corps of Engineers as well, probably would not have a lot of improvements until about Christmas or December in general. I'm looking at it now, I'm thinking, while we will start to come up a little bit, we may not get back above gauge 0 until the beginning of 2024. That's how it stands right now. As long as we stay in the pattern that we haven't seen a lot of rainfall here over the last couple of weeks, probably going to have that happen. 11.93 on the gauge this morning at the Mississippi River at Memphis. Every single gauge along the Mississippi River, from Caruthersville all the way down to Moon Landing, every single one, including here in Memphis, has hit a record low stage. Every single one. And again, it's not going to improve. There's a little bit of an improvement here. You see the forecast through Sunday, early Monday of next week. 10.7. That's not much difference. Yeah, that helps a little bit. It doesn't help a lot. And if anything, we probably go up a little bit more than come back down. The reason why is because there was some rain and some heavy downpours up in the upper Mississippi Valley. It usually takes about a week and a half to 2 weeks to get down here to our part of the world, also in the Ohio Valley. So all that water is going to come down here, but it's not enough to really get us back to a level that is appreciable. And like I said, based off of some of the forecast guidance, it may be until we get into the beginning of 2024 before we get back to gauge 0. So that's a long time, and a long time for these barges and tugs and boats going up and down the river to have to go up one up and one down type of situation. And of course, it may get a little worse before it gets any better. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. In the grand scheme of things, yeah, we need some rainfall. Can we enjoy some nice weather? Yes. I still think that you can still enjoy nice weather, and we will have that the next few days. Warmer temperatures actually building in across the area as we head towards next week. Look at the highs near 80 degrees. By next week. I'm hopeful and prayerful that we get some decent rainfall opportunities. There is a system that looks to be sometime late next week, approaching Halloween time frame. I say Halloween time frame because goodness gracious, I know how this goes. There's going to be a conversation because Halloween happens in the middle of the week in 2 weeks, and there's going to be a conversation about which neighborhoods go trick-or-treating on which day. Listen, don't ask me that question. I have no idea. But it looks like we do get a little cool down before that happens, and of course some rain opportunities to go along with it as well. In the meantime, not much in the way of rain coming in our direction. Temperatures above average this time of the year in the 70s to near 80 degrees, overnights in the 50s and 60s.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, we appreciate the time, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right, now we take a live look as the sun is just about to come out there in Midtown Memphis. That's our high five camera. Back in 60 seconds. We've been following breaking news all morning long with regards to this robbery that took place at the Cookout in Midtown Memphis on Union Avenue. We have Action News 5's Sydney Gray live for us this morning to give us an update on what exactly happened. Sydney, good morning.
Hey there, Andrew. Good morning. Here on Union Avenue, a busy Union Avenue early this morning, and the Cookout is right behind me. And as y'all see, it was robbed earlier this morning. The glass is completely gone from the door there, the front door where folks walk in and out of the restaurant. There was quite a bit of glass on the ground early this morning, and we saw some folks inside sweeping that glass out of the building. Now, we know that the Cookout, they close at 3 o'clock in the morning. That incident taking place about 3:45, and police arriving shortly after. When we first got here, there were 2 Memphis police cars on scene investigating, trying to figure out what exactly happened here. We also know, we're told that the employees, they were here when all of this happened, closing up shop. Now, the Cookout, it is supposed to open at about 10:30 this morning, so we're gonna kind of wait and see if they're gonna open. But this is not the first time this has happened. About a month ago, another Cookout, this one over in Whitehaven on Elvis Presley, that one was also robbed. At this time, we don't have any suspect information from police just yet about this Union Avenue location, but we'll continue asking questions and bring you updates online as we get them. Back to you, Andrew.
Okay, Sydney Gray reporting live for us. Thank you. Let's talk now about MLGW. Leaders are set to vote on a proposal today, and that could mean a hike in your utility bill. Cindy Hawkins has more on that.
A 12% increase over the span of 3 years is what this increase will look like. That will look like an extra $5 on your bill if you rely on the utility company for electricity. The plan was rolled out by President and CEO Doug McGowan at a board meeting earlier this month. That is a part of the budget for fiscal year 2024. MLGW President and CEO Doug McGowan says the increase is due to the impacts of inflation on the cost of goods and services. He's also working to ensure the reliability of the electric system with this increase. We know reliability has been a concern for many MLGW customers throughout heavy winds, rain, cold temperatures, and other severe weather. So again, board members will be voting on this measure in just a few hours. If it is approved, it then heads to the Memphis City Council for approval on November 7th. Reporting in Memphis, Sydney Hawkins, Action News 5.
Okay, no charges this morning for Shelby County Sheriff's deputy who shot and killed Jarvion Hudspeth over the summer. According to the TBI, deputy pulled over Hudspeth, who then got into some sort of altercation with the deputy after he was told not to get back in his vehicle. Video shows Hudspeth did not follow commands, sped away, and then the deputy jumped into the car as he drove off. The video also shows Hudspeth tried to kick the deputy out of the car while the car was moving at a high speed before the deputy then shot Hudspeth.
The decision of the deputy to jump into the vehicle at that point was unusual. Had he backed away, deadly force would not have been necessary. This is another instance of what we have sometimes seen as we review these cases where officers take actions that place themselves in danger, and then there is the need, tragically, for the use of deadly force. But for the reasons I've already outlined, we are confident in our decision that criminal prosecution against the deputy is not warranted.
Well, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office responded to the DA's decision, saying they are, quote, relieved the DA decided to follow the law. The Sheriff's Office also said, quote, we wish the DA would confine himself to his job and stop reviewing officers' decision-making processes when he has not learned enough to be able to do so. Two defendants named in the multi-million-dollar civil suit filed by the mother of Tyre Nichols have filed motions to dismiss. The motions filed by former Memphis police officers Preston Hemphill and Dwayne Smith. They claim Nichols' mother did not have the right to file her civil lawsuit. Neither Hemphill or Smith were charged in Tyre Nichols' death back in January. The motions to dismiss also claim that both men should be immune from liability because they were government employees. Happening overnight, President Biden touching down in Israel, meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says the U.S. is standing with Israel. The president's trip will now not include a stop to Jordan. The White House confirming a summit between the president and several Arab leaders has been canceled. U.S. State Department is warning Americans to avoid traveling to Lebanon. I should say the advisory is coming after Lebanon said that the U.S. Embassy may not be able to assist them if Americans do travel to this area. Showing you now video, Palestinian leaders report hundreds were killed in an airstrike at the hospital in Gaza. Israel says the hospital was hit by a rocket fired by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and it did not come from Israel. The IDF Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner says IDF was not responsible for the attack on the hospital. Make sure you stay with us here on Action News 5 on air and online for the latest updates on the conflict in Israel and the impacts being felt here at home. We're going to take a short break, back in 60 seconds. Now, I want to talk about this, the Walk to End Alzheimer's in Memphis. It is coming up this Saturday at Tiger Lane. Joining me more to talk about this walk and what it means for the Alzheimer's Association, Jill Norcross, an incredible volunteer and advocate representing the Alzheimer's Association this morning. She is joining us on the digital desk. Jill, how are you?
Good morning, Andrew. I'm great. Got a little puppy dog talking to me as well.
Well, you know that our animals can sense when we're on and when we're off, and certainly I noticed that too. So all good, though, all good. So this Saturday, the big walk, looking forward to joining you guys and being at Tiger Lane bright and early Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. Tell me more about this event.
You know, it's going to be amazing. Unlike last year, I think we've got some good weather headed our way. So there is absolutely no excuse. I am so excited. This is our third year to walk. My husband and I, our first walk was 3 years ago, and we only walked as a couple. We were sort of dipping our toes into the water, so to speak. And we did it to really make connections with the Alzheimer's Association, as well as to seek out other people who are in their journey with the disease, Alzheimer's and other dementia diseases. So from there, we have built a team, and my numbers are tracking really well. I think I'm going to double donations from last year, and I think we're going to have a much bigger turnout. So expecting a big group for Team Rabono. That is our team name. And behind me, you can see the blue flower.
Yeah.
That is Rob's blue flower that he carries. And for those in the audience who are not aware, there are 4 different flowers that people participating in the walk carry. Blue signifies those living with Alzheimer's or another dementia disease. Yellow signifies caregivers. Orange are all the people who support the Alzheimer's Association and others striving to annihilate this disease. And purple is for those who walk in remembrance of someone who has already died from Alzheimer's or another dementia. There's another flower that has yet to make an appearance, but we hope it's going to come very soon, and that's white. White signifies the first survivor of Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I have a special connection too, and that's why I believe so much in this organization and the Walk to End Alzheimer's. I love that title. You know, my father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's several years ago, and so I'm honored to be a part of the event on Saturday and be out there with everyone at Tiger Lane. So many people have been affected by Alzheimer's, either directly or indirectly. If they want to be a part of this walk, what's the best way for them to be a part of it, Jill?
Well, you can certainly connect with the local Alzheimer's Association. You can register online via act.alz.org/Memphis, or you can just show up around 8 o'clock, 8:30 Saturday morning. We'll be assembling at Tiger Lane. So enter off Central Avenue and just follow the designated signs to parking and register in person. If you have a team that you want to join, you're perfectly welcome to join a team. You can create your own team, or you can walk as an individual. Again, it's going to be a lovely morning. We'll be walking through Cooper Young neighborhood, and it's just a great way to celebrate one another, to come together as a community to support each other. That's what's so very meaningful for me. As a caregiver, sometimes it can be very isolating. And when you are in a group, a community group like this, you feel like you're not alone. For my husband, Rob, who was diagnosed in 2018 at the age of 55, the first time we participated, we really wanted to make connections. We used it more as a networking opportunity, not only to meet local Alzheimer's Association staff, but others like us who are walking this journey. It's just impossible to do it alone. You need a huge support group. And we are very fortunate. We've got great friends, family, neighbors, church members. We have not been abandoned, but that doesn't mean that we are not looking for more new people, more connections, just to help us bear this burden.
Jill, God bless you and your husband. I mean, diagnosed at age 53, you said? That's awfully early.
55. Yes, 55.
Still, that is, my heart goes out to you and everything that you guys are doing. Can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the treatments and advances in treatments? I always, my ears always are up anytime I hear there's been advancements when it comes to Alzheimer's and dementia. And I know that there's been some recent developments. Can you talk a little bit about those?
Absolutely. And just from a personal perspective, my husband and I are very research centric. We believe in science. There's a bumper sticker that I often see, "Science matters," and I absolutely endorse that. Without science, without funding research, and dollars contributed towards this walk actually fund live research that is trying to identify causes of the disease and develop disease-modifying treatments. But 2023 has been a new era of treatment. It's really, really an exciting time, and we're just gaining so much momentum. The FDA approved a new drug for those in early stages or with mild cognitive impairment called lecanemab. It's marketed as Leqembi. Again, it's for those in the early stages of Alzheimer's or mild cognitive impairment. So it can prolong their productivity, their functionality for a certain period of time. Time is so critical. You need time to plan. You need time to maybe check a few things off your bucket list, to get through some important milestones. Rob and I were huge planners, and early diagnosis really benefited us in that regard. I will also say that the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare approved Leqembi, which is just so exciting. If you have an FDA approved drug and Medicare and Medicaid won't cover it, it's really not that valuable to the general public. So Leqembi is the first breakthrough disease-modifying treatment that is covered by CMS or covered through insurance. Also, just last Friday, the CMS changed its policy about PET scans. PET scans are used to identify Alzheimer's, and it's a very definitive test. So they're very expensive, probably $5,000 to $6,000, depending on which market you live in. Those PET scans are now covered by CMS. So that's late breaking news as of Friday, the 13th of October.
Fantastic. And so glad that you're able to bring that up, Jill. I also want to again let people know this Saturday, October 21st, the Memphis Walk to End Alzheimer's. Registration begins 8 o'clock in the morning. This is going to be at Tiger Lane, right there, Simmons Bank, Liberty Stadium. Registration begins at 8. The walk begins at 9. And what I find fitting, Jill, is that this is a walk to end Alzheimer's. This isn't just a walk, it's a walk to end Alzheimer's, and there are new treatments, as you just mentioned, that are coming ever so gradually, but the research and then the funding for that research is so valuable.
Absolutely. And again, my husband participated in a clinical trial. He is actually, he will be a brain donor upon his death. So we can't encourage the audience enough to invest in science, celebrate science, fund the science, and we can do this in a joyful way by coming together for the Walk to End Alzheimer's in Memphis. Walk with your friends, walk with your neighbors, meet people, bring your pet on a leash if it's well behaved. I'll be bringing 2 of our household pets. And again, just connect with one another as a community, because Alzheimer's, I have learned, is a team sport. We need everyone. 6 million Americans
Yeah.
have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's.
Yep.
6 million.
Yeah.
And
so
the
go
numbers
ahead.
are projected to escalate. I'm not even going to throw the number out there. It's just horrifying. So if this has not impacted you directly yet, it will. 6 million
exactly.
Americans.
Exactly. All right. The Walk to End Alzheimer's by the Alzheimer's Association. You can register at act.alz.org/Memphis. Listen, Jill Norcross, thank you. Thank you for talking about your story. And I'll see you out there on Saturday again. It starts at 8 o'clock. You don't have to even register online. You can just show up at 8 o'clock. Going to be a great day. Lows in the mid-50s, highs in the mid-70s. And is that little cute one going to be out there too?
This is Mabel. She is dressed in her purple. Purple is the signature color of the Alzheimer's Association, which is just the perfect blend of blue for steadfastness, and red, which is the passion and energy. So wear your purple.
Perfect. All right, Jill Norcross, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk for Wednesday. It's October 18th, and another gorgeous sunrise about to happen here across Memphis and the Mid-South. It looks amazing out there. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now with a look at the forecast. And Patrick, we're in that pattern of like rinse and repeat, it seems like, each and every day, right?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to say that after I said it during the summer, and somebody called in and said, I'm tired of saying that every time, lather, rinse, repeat. If you say it one more time, so I stopped saying it just for that one lady. So,
Okay. Good for you.
It's like, but yes, to your point, if you say it, it's fine. And I agree with that statement. It has been kind of the same old pattern as we've been in over the last couple of days. But the difference is that we have been trending a little warmer gradually. And the reason why we've been trending warmer, and actually, if you look at some of our forecasts looking back earlier this week, we had to trend our temperatures up higher gradually as well. And the reason why is because we've been so dry as of late. Remember, when you have very dry ground, it warms very efficiently. Of course, we've had nothing but sunshine the last few days. We've got dry air in general. It has warmed very efficiently. So yesterday got up to 74. Today decided, hey, you know what? We made 74 today. We got a lot of sunshine today, a little bit of a breeze out of the south of which will tend to warm us up a bit more efficiently. Going to go 77, so we'll see how that plays out for us. But at any rate, we're clear skies here to start off the day. We'll keep the sunshine theme going. Again, middle 70s expected this afternoon. That wind a little aggressive out of the south and west, around 10 to 15 miles per hour. But again, a nice complement of sunshine. Notice some clouds sneaking in here this evening. That comes by way of that next system coming down the pipeline. It doesn't bring us a lot of rainfall. It's like a bubble around the Mid-South for the most part, with the exception of our eastern areas. That's where we could see a few showers that could be worth something. When I say worth something, maybe a downpour or two to scoot across portions of North Mississippi and the eastern extent of West Tennessee. But many spots are going to be dry, even though that we do get a chance for a few passing showers here tomorrow morning. You'll see here on your First Alert Futurecast with temperatures starting off in the 40s and 50s this morning. We'll work our way towards the middle 70s this afternoon. There's the clouds to the north and west that will start to swing in our direction, that will actually start to build in here through the start of your morning on Thursday. This is 4 a.m. As you're joining myself and Taylor Tucker, we're going to be looking at the potential for a few showers moving into eastern Arkansas. When Ariana and Andrew get on the desk, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, moving through the metro area. This has been pretty consistent in the modeling the last couple of days with this band of showers, this initial band of showers moving across the Mid-South, and the timing of it has been very consistent as well. So we have good confidence that we're going to have a few showers, maybe not in the exact locations that you see here, but they'll be close enough that we'll probably be dealing with a line of light showers moving across the area. Again, just a few showers. It should be in and out of here fairly quickly, and by 8, 9 o'clock, moving out towards Middle Tennessee and Northwest Alabama. For us, then, sunshine wins out. We'll still have a southerly breeze, still a bit aggressively coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. That may lend itself to a few more downpours to develop during the afternoon hours. You see a few of those sneaking across the Highway 64 corridor and the Highway 72 corridor. Those areas would be the highlight zones to see a few downpours tomorrow afternoon. So I'm talking from Summerville to Bolivar to Selmer, and then from Lamar and Walnut over to Corinth. Those corridors would be the potential for a few showers during the afternoon hours tomorrow. Then sunshine to return, a few passing clouds early on, back to the middle 70s for your Friday. Overall, we're not going to see a ton of rainfall. We need the rainfall desperately. And I was looking at some of the data with the Mississippi River here this morning, and it does not look great for us. You know, if you were watching a couple of weeks ago, we had a conversation with some folks of the Mississippi River Towns and Cities Commission, and they were talking about how the river levels probably would not, and the Corps of Engineers as well, probably would not have a lot of improvements until about Christmas or December in general. I'm looking at it now, I'm thinking, you know, while we will start to come up a little bit, we may not get back above gauge 0 until the beginning of 2024. That's how it stands right now. As long as we stay in the pattern that we haven't seen a lot of rainfall here over the last couple of weeks, probably going to have that happen. 11.93 on the gauge this morning at the Mississippi River at Memphis. Every single gauge along the Mississippi River, from Caruthersville all the way down to Moon Landing, every single one, including here in Memphis, has hit a record low stage. Every single one. And again, it's not going to improve. There's a little bit of an improvement here. You see the forecast through Sunday, early Monday of next week, 10.7. That's not much difference. Yeah, that helps a little bit. It doesn't help a lot. And if anything, we probably go up a little bit more than come back down. The reason why is because there was some rain and some heavy downpours up in the upper Mississippi Valley. It usually takes about a week and a half to 2 weeks to get down here to our part of the world, also in the Ohio Valley. So all that water is going to come down here, but it's not enough to really get us back to a level that is appreciable. And like I said, based off of some of the forecast guidance, it may be until we get into the beginning of 2024 before we get back to gauge 0. So that's a long time, and a long time for these barges and tugs and boats going up and down the river to have to go up one up and one down type of situation. And of course, it may get a little worse before it gets any better. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. In the grand scheme of things, yeah, we need some rainfall. Can we enjoy some nice weather? Yes, I still think that you can still enjoy nice weather, and we will have that the next few days. Warmer temperatures actually building in across the area as we head towards next week. Look at the highs near 80 degrees. By next week. I'm hopeful and prayerful that we get some decent rainfall opportunities. There is a system that looks to be sometime late next week, approaching Halloween time frame. I say Halloween time frame because goodness gracious, I know how this goes. There's going to be a conversation because Halloween happens in the middle of the week in 2 weeks, and there's going to be a conversation about which neighborhoods go trick-or-treating on which day. Listen, don't ask me that question. I have no idea. But it looks like we do get a little cool down before that happens, and of course some rain opportunities to go along with it as well. In the meantime, not much in the way of rain coming in our direction. Temperatures above average this time of the year in the 70s to near 80 degrees, overnights in the 50s and 60s.
All right, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, we appreciate the time, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I want to talk a little bit right now. I don't know about you, but I'm one of those people, I am really big about saving. I want to be able to have something put back in case I have some sort of emergency. I'm a new home buyer, and so it's an older home. We keep having little things and issues pop up. So obviously, it's good if you can to be able to put money back, be able to save. And there are some strategies and some tips, because a lot of times people say, I can't do it. I don't know how I'm going to be able to put any money back. I'm already stretching my budget as much as I can, but there are some simple things that you can be cutting out to make it more manageable for you. And joining us now to talk more about just some common expenses that you could maybe be implementing in your budget that could be draining your savings. And so joining us back on the digital desk again, Mark Henry, founder and CEO of Alloy Wealth Management. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Thanks for having me on.
I'm glad to have you back. You always come with a good wealth of knowledge and just some easy things that people can implement now into their everyday to help with money and saving, budget, and paying back expenses. I know we talked about student loans before. So I guess let's go ahead and dive in on maybe some of the things that people aren't thinking about that could actually be draining their savings.
Right. So try to take the easy wins first. Cut the unnecessary fees, memberships, subscriptions, streaming services, all the things that we really love, but they really can eat up our savings accounts and our cash flow very quickly. So there's actually some really good tools available. There's apps and things that can help you track the automatic deductions. I always think of those as the easy wins. And I say, let's start there. Let's look for any gym memberships, subscription services that we can do without. And sometimes they seem really small, $15, $19 a month, which is why we typically don't cancel them, which is exactly what the service providers want you to do, not cancel. But if you add them up, they can become really big and start to get you some quick, easy wins to help your budget, help your spending plan grow a little bit.
I definitely think that subscriptions, a lot of people will maybe purchase something, it's a subscription, and they don't remember to cancel it later, and then it just keeps billing you month after month after month. I know my sister actually had that happen because she was doing that with Shoe Dazzle at one time when that was a thing. So like you said, being able to really take a look at where your money's going, figure out what you can nix and what you're not using. So definitely some good tips and some things that people forget to think about. I was talking a little bit about when we first went into this interview was just having that, emergency savings. Like you said, I just bought a house. It's an older home. We've had air conditioning issues and things that have popped up. So let's just talk about, what is a good emergency fund to be able to have in your back pocket, and what other advice do you have as far as that goes?
Sure. So everything starts with a spending plan. And you have to think of it this way. You're the one doing all this hard work. You've saved to buy this new home in your example. And so you have to learn to pay yourself first. Well, what I mean by that is, obviously the bills have to get paid and everything, but you're the one doing all the work. So why wouldn't we decide that we're going to pay ourselves first, which means we're going to take the check we get and we're going to pay a part of that to us, right to us. And where I tell you to start is an emergency fund. So that needs to be somewhere between 3 and 6 months. Now, the reason there's such a wide variety between 3 and 6 months, a lot of people's work can really be varied. So some industries, you could get let go today, downsized or outsized, but your industry is in such short supply, you'd be rehired tomorrow. So maybe you could get by with a smaller emergency fund of only 3 months or so. But some people know that if they got let go or something changed at work, it may take 4 or 5 months to replace that job. You're going to need a larger emergency fund. But we have to start with paying ourselves first and putting the money away for the emergency fund. Then we start saving for the other big ticket items like, I know we're going to need tires one day, or I know we're going to need a new car. That thing's got 200,000 miles and it's going to go one day soon. So we start putting a little back in a separate account outside of the emergency fund that's earmarked for that big purchase, much like I'm sure you did to buy that home.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we put a lot of money back. I actually also just got a new car, but I'm one of those people that I've been saving and saving and saving. I try to put a good chunk of my paycheck back each time so that I can be ready and have a good down payment so that my monthly car payment is not going to be so high. So like you said, even if it's just a little bit, like you said, pay yourself first. I like that idea of doing that. So what else? What other advice do you have as far as trying to kind of put those things back, or things that maybe you're doing and spending your money on that could be draining rather than really helping you when it comes to finances?
Sure. Well, for a lot of people, it's certainly a difficult time right now. This has not been the greatest year, and inflation is certainly high. And what we find is we're charging things. So we have to really take account of where we're spending our money. And what I mean by that is, for one, when we're purchasing things that we absolutely have to have. Well, sometimes we purchase something that's really cheap because we need it. We don't want to pay for maybe a more quality item. So we buy the cheap one, and then guess what? It kind of breaks in 6 months or 9 months, and we're doing it again. So a lot of times when we're in this idea of trying to save money, we end up buying a cheaper item when we really should have saved a little while longer and bought something of better quality. That could be household goods, it could be clothing, shoes. But again, we have to stay in a spending plan, but also remembering that the cheapest one is not always the best one, especially if it's going to wear out real quickly. And then we have to look at the credit card spending, and this is where so many people get in trouble. Rates are outrageous right now on your credit card debt, and we have to get these things gone. I recommend when you have credit card debt, you have to stop. I like the idea of even freezing the credit cards. When I say freezing them, I don't mean calling the companies. I mean actually taking the card out of your checkbook or wallet or purse and putting them in a bag of water, a Ziploc bag, fill it full of water and shove it in the freezer. And the idea behind that is if you absolutely had an emergency and you had to get the credit card out, you'd have to thaw it out. But just an impulse purchase, you're not going to do it for that reason. Then we have to work on paying them down. And the snowball method is the one that I found most people do well with, which is you pay the most amount you can on the smallest balance first to get it paid off. And as soon as it's paid off, you take everything you were paying on that one and you move to the next smallest balance and work your way up the ladder. But when you start seeing those easy, quick wins, it gets really, really fun. I don't recommend always just cutting the cards up, though, or closing them, because that can damage your credit rating by closing the account. So you have to be careful with that.
That's a good point. I actually like your idea of putting your credit card in water and freezing it. So you have to actually give it time to thaw out and then realize whether or not this is the purchase you want to make and it's not impulsive. Well, Mark, we're running short on time. Any last points we want to make sure that we hit home with people?
Sure. I would just say, keep in mind what we call lifestyle creep. Your friends call, they want to go out, you've got this beautiful new home and you're doing things around it, let's say, but now your friends call, they want to go out. Remember, those meals out, hanging out with the friends can become very expensive. A lot of times you have to learn to say no, or say, hey, that's a great idea, but why don't we just come to our house and do it? Let's do it here. Let's stay in, let's cook in, let's do creative things to still enjoy the company of others without having to break the budget.
All right, Mark Henry, founder and CEO of Ally Wealth Management. Thank you so much for joining us. We always like having you on here. You know, you're welcome back anytime, and you have a good rest of your day, all right?
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I want you to take a look at this. We got a big book sale coming up. Friends of the Library hosting their fall book sale. It starts 1 week from Thursday. That's Thursday, October 26th, a preview sale, and then it goes into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Let's talk a little bit more about this huge book sale with a couple different ladies joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I have Ann Bailey Mitchell. Ann, are you there?
No, Ann's not here. We actually have Mary Aronoff. I'm the chair of the book sale, and we also have my co-chair. She refers to herself as a Sherpa, Joyce Lauer.
Well, we got some wrong information from the person who set up this interview. So, but
all right.
I'm glad that you guys are friends of the library, right?
Yeah,
That's right.
for sure.
And the thing
So
you
tell
got
us-
right was all the dates.
Yes, exactly. Let's go ahead and tell me more about this while I put up the flyer one more time. Tell me about this book sale. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, the book sale is going to start. Our previous sales on Thursday evening, starting at 3 o'clock. Friends of the Library members are invited to come that day, but you can join at the door. You can join online. And if you go the first day, you'll get 10% off of your sales. You'll also get 10% off if you come to our second editions bookstore, which is where we're sitting right now. The sale goes through Sunday. Sunday is the bag sale day. That goes from 11 till 2. And whatever is not sold the first 3 days gets sold on the bag sale day. We provide the bags and boxes. Whatever you can fill in a box is $12. Whatever you can fill in a bag is $6. And it's a wild day. But remember, whatever is left over, the first 3 days, we have a gigantic selection of books, records, CDs, VHS tapes,
Children's books.
Magazines, sheet music. The books run the gamut from hardback, paperback. We've got some mystery boxes of paperbacks for specially priced. We're going to also have banned books this time. We'll have a whole selection of banned books. So we're going to have a big selection of any subject that you'd be interested in.
That looks
it's so much
fantastic.
fun.
I mean, you have not only the books, but CDs and DVDs and vinyls. And this is, I know, a big fundraiser for the Friends of the Library, correct?
That is correct. We do this twice a year. We do it in the fall and we do it in the spring. And we raise the funds to help the library's programs. We help sponsor special activities such as Boo Books, which is a Halloween event for children. Also Bookstock, which is where we invite writers to come make presentations and sign books. Senior Health Fair, we sponsor special programs at all the different branches. We help sponsor Cloud 901 for teenagers. There's many activities that we help sponsor with the proceeds of the sale.
It's fantastic. It looks amazing, and I know it's something that is very popular that you guys have been doing for a long time. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Well, Andrew, I just think people need to understand how much fun it is to come and see all the people that come. And when you walk in the room and you see these thousands of books that are there, and it's such good prices, people just can't believe it. And you see old friends and you have fun and you go home with a whole stack of books that you can sit down this fall and have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee and read all winter. And there's holiday books you can pick up gifts so that you can start that Christmas shopping this coming week.
And the books are at bargain prices. Believe me, they're bargain prices. So come all.
And come every day.
Yes.
Yeah, every day.
I love it. Ladies, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Best of luck with this book sale. I know it will be successful like it is each and every year. We appreciate your time this morning.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Let's check in with our friend Talisa Franklin, WAVN The Trend, joining us now to talk about the community, the culture, the conversation. Always positive, always having a great day, no matter what. Talisa, how you doing?
I am wonderful. I have, of course, no complaints. I am yet breathing, and watching you and talking to you, it means everything to me. And just get an opportunity to connect with people. Because you know what, Andrew, I always tell people, you never know what somebody is going through and how your attitude, the way you make them feel, can make them feel better about themselves. Because, you know, everybody is not nice. And so the few of us that want to be nice in this world, we got to keep on shining in this world.
Exactly. And you're so right. We don't know what people are going through, so we just need to keep that positive disposition because it's infectious. It'll make everybody, feel positive. So what's happening?
Hey, listen, y'all already know we always have so many great things that's happening in our community. And I tell you, on this Saturday, I am super excited about the farmers market. I absolutely love going to the Breath of Life Raleigh Farmers Market that's at the Breath of Life Church. It happens every third Saturday. I'm going to tell you what I love about it, because I get my fresh Memphis honey, I get fruits, and I get my vegetables, and I'm helping local small businesses that are there, and I'm getting an opportunity to connect with the community. And so listen, if you like to go out shopping, meet new friends, and get fresh product that's actually grown right here in the city of Memphis, then all roads lead to Breath of Life Christian Center, where the Raleigh Farmers Market happens every third Saturday. And I absolutely love it. Y'all know it's about Thanksgiving time. You gotta get those good sweet potatoes for those sweet potato pies and those candy yams. So y'all need to go ahead and get them from somebody right here locally, so we can keep our locally owned businesses and helping them yield the results in which they deserve. And so y'all know, and then it's live food demonstrations. So if you don't know how to cook, you don't know how to put those vegetables together, baby, those demonstrations are amazing. One week I went and they did some chicken salad. And it was like, oh my, you gave me a different twist to the chicken salad. So you never know what's going on. And just shout out to City Councilwoman Rhonda Logan. Her family is the pastor of that church, and they really do a great job of doing things for the community that the community benefit from. So shout out to you, Councilwoman Rhonda Logan, for making sure that that community has all that it needs. And I cannot wait to see y'all this Saturday at the Raleigh Farmers Market at the Breath of Life Christian Church. And then y'all know it's Alzheimer's, right? We all know that somebody we know that is dear to us that are facing Alzheimer's. Listen, we can't never say when it's going to happen, when it's not going to happen. You know, if the Lord say it's going to happen to us, but then we have other people that we're just walking for the awareness. And so I want to invite you to join this amazing organization, Walking With Us, Walk to End Alzheimer's. And listen, it's happening on October the 21st. So if you have not registered, come on, Bluff City. Y'all, we can do this together. Go ahead and register for this great event. It's going to be at the Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, which many of us know is the Liberty Bowl. Let's get there on Hollywood and let's support. And maybe you said, Talisa, I can't do all that walking. Listen, it doesn't stop you from clicking that button and saying, I'm a support and I'm going to be standing for somebody that can't stand. You know, I've experienced somebody that's very dear to me that is walking into this space, and it's a really uncomfortable space for me, but I love him so much, and I know that God is going to continue to send cures to making sure that he continue to live his vibrant life. And so for that, I am excited to stand, and I want you to stand as well. So listen, that's what's trending this week. Get you some good fruits and vegetables, and next weekend, make sure you be a part of the walk, the Alzheimer's walk. Let's fight the walk for awareness for that event.
Absolutely. I'm the MC for that event, so I'm going to see you out there. My father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's several years ago, so it's a big deal to me. And so, yeah, we're walking, and the whole idea is walking to end Alzheimer's. And some of the advancements that we've seen over the last several years, very encouraging, Talisa.
Absolutely. You know, I didn't even know you were a part of it. It's just like great minds think alike, right?
Yeah.
Because we have a love for our community, and we have to do all this together, y'all. Let's do it. We can do it, and we can do it together.
You got it. I love it. And I'm so excited I'm going to see you out there. So that's great news, too. Already excited about it. And even more so now that you're going to be out there, Talisa. Thanks so very much. We appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk this morning. Chilly numbers to start, but we'll end up with a mild afternoon. It's one of those days that you start off with a sweatshirt and you shed it and you're wearing your short sleeves underneath it. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s before it's all said and done. It will get a bit breezy, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour, some gusts around 20 possible. But overall, a pretty quiet day. Not a lot of rain on the way, even though we do have a chance that we could see a few showers. First alert to a few opportunities early tomorrow morning for that morning commute. So you may be inspired to have an umbrella nearby, but some of us will see rain. More of us will probably get away with it being fairly dry as that system pushes off towards the east. Probably the best opportunities for rain on the front side of the day for most sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then you see a secondary batch of rain that could redevelop over in the eastern extent of the coverage area out along the Highway 72 and Highway 64 corridors, over in northeast Mississippi and the eastern extent of West Tennessee near the Tennessee River. That could be for Thursday afternoon. So let's go hour by hour. We'll show you that with our Futurecast. First alert forecast here. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s. There will be a chance for a few clouds to sneak in later on today, but I think we're going to be more sunshine than not across the area throughout the day today. Tonight, that's when the clouds roll in. The winds are still going to be a little bit aggressive out of the south and west. And there you go with that chance for a few showers early Thursday morning. Not everybody's getting wet here, but you do see by the start of the Action News 5 news at 4 a.m. a few showers in eastern Arkansas, and then shifts eastward and would be making its way across the metro area sometime between 5 and 6 o'clock, and then moving across the areas east of the Action News 5 coverage area by 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll give way from the clouds in the morning to some sunshine breaks. A warm breeze still flowing in off the Gulf of Mexico. Highs will top out middle to upper 70s. That was round one. Round two comes along the frontal boundary. As it shifts eastward, we'll see a few downpours potentially developing the farther east that you go. But most spots will probably stay mostly dry and warm going into the next few days. Nothing appreciable on the rainfall amounts. Of course, the last couple of days, we've seen the Mississippi River hit a new record low, 11.98 on the gauge. That's a preliminary number, but still needless to say, if it's not that, it's very close to it. Of course, we've already busted through that record a couple of times. Right now, this morning, the gauge at about 11.9 feet below gauge level 0. The general trend here is to bob around the 11-foot mark and then come up a little bit heading into the weekend. That comes by way of not rain here locally. It's rain that has happened to the north of us up in the upper Mississippi Valley and the Ohio Valley. That's going to come down to the pipeline, but here's the kicker. Again, we don't have any appreciable rain opportunities in the short term. And the way it sets up here in the next couple of weeks, unfortunately for us, we're probably not going to see very many upward trends on the Mississippi River. Earlier this year, we were talking about how the ongoing dry weather from last year has perpetuated itself into this year. Unfortunately, it looks like this may be the case going into next year as well, because a lot of the forecast guidance that looks at the river gauges here in the Mid-South wouldn't suggest a level that gets back to gauge 0. So we'd have to go 10 feet again to get back to gauge 0. Remember, usually the Mississippi River is running like 20, 30 feet, okay? Gauge 0 by the beginning of next year. it's still October, the middle of October, so we got a long way to go. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, while it's dry, we need some wet weather. We're not going to get a lot of it here. We can enjoy the nice weather while we have it, right? Lots of sunshine here the next few days, and actually milder temperatures, warmer air building across the midsection of the United States through the Plain States, upper 80s out towards Dallas this weekend. And for us, we'll be approaching the 80-degree mark as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 80-degree mark as early as maybe Saturday. There is a possibility that we could nudge our way upward because there's a front that's going to be moving through the area on Saturday. Obviously not any rain associated with it, but it is a little weak frontal boundary. They'll knock the numbers back a little bit for your Sunday. And then we rebound again back towards the upper 70s and near 80 degrees early next week. Breezy conditions, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour today. Tomorrow, put that rain chance around 20% tomorrow. Again, a few showers in the morning. Generally dry throughout the meat of the day tomorrow, but by late afternoon, early evening, anybody who lives east of I-55, that's when we could see a few isolated downpours trying to develop. So something to be cognizant of for our friends in Corinth, Lamar, Ripley, Mississippi, Walnut, Ashland, Hornsby, as well as Whiteville, Bolivar, and over towards Somerville, Corinth, and Adamsville. But otherwise, don't expect a lot of rainfall here in the next 7 days. But maybe in the next 10 days, you can find those details in the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, also on actionnews5.com.
But I want to talk about a production that is going to be hitting the stage at the Orpheum Theater in Memphis, Tennessee, downtown in the next couple of months. It's called Her Needs, His Needs. And it's a Marion Thomas production. And I'm joined now by Pastor Marion Thomas on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk more about this production and to tell us what we can expect. Good morning, Pastor. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Doing fantastic. Happy Friday to you. So let's talk about this production and what the audience can enjoy from it.
Man, I'm really excited about this production. It's called Her Needs, His Needs, and it's a show that is for married couples as well as single couples. And it's going to be truly a blessing, I think, to the city, to people that are married, to people that inspired to be married, to people who never want to be married. It speaks to real life issues. A lot of comedy. We really deal with every aspect of marriage that you could think of, and we did it last year at the Holler, and it sold out, and people have just been constantly asking about it, and we're bringing it to the big stage at the Orpheum on February the 2nd.
That sounds fantastic. Having been married now happily for 22 years, you could go in so many different directions for this. I hope it's a comedy. My Lord, we need a comedy right now, don't we?
We do, man. We do. I think just for the city, I've been married now for 20 years, and I'm gonna tell you, we did a TikTok video on marriage, and it went viral, and just to see how people are really hungry, to just get this thing right, a lack of commitment, a lack of financial security, a lack of emotional needs being met, and we just miss each other, and it's so inspiring because I think, you have a man who normally thinks about himself, and that's all he thinks. He's thinking about his needs, and the wife is thinking about her needs, and they miss each other because they're only thinking about themselves. And when they finally discover, hey, it's not about me, it's about me really focusing on what my spouse needs, then you see something something magical, amazing, and that takes place.
Well, you certainly sold me, so I'm looking forward to it. Tell me what made you come up with this idea?
Well, maybe come up with it. We do a sermon series a year pertaining to relationships. So whenever we do a relationship series, I mean, the people come out. If you're single, if you're married, people come out. Guys who don't even go to church, period, they come to these series because it's, you're talking about marriage, and we're very transparent. I mean, we're really going right to it. The top needs of a man, the top needs of a woman, and so we really deal with it. And people, we actually did a marriage retreat last year, and people came from all over the nation to the marriage retreat. And so that really inspired it. People are really hungry for it. They want it. They want to know how to be better in their relationships. They want to know how to communicate better. A lot of times, men are asked to play a role that they have no script for. So we didn't have a script. We didn't see godly men or positive men in our lives growing up. And so now we're 25 and now we're married. And hey, how do we play this role in which we had no script for? So we're on the job. We're learning on the job. And oftentimes, I mean, it can become too late. And so it really inspired me to write this, to minister through drama, to show real life issues, real life situations, to show you yourself, to show women themselves in marriage, and to show it on stage. Oftentimes people can hear it from a message, but it's one thing when they see it as well. And so it's really been impactful. We do a lot of drama at our church as well, and we can speak to people who wouldn't normally listen to sermons, but rather see a sermon. And so this is just a message that you can see in one way or another. You're going to see yourself or your spouse or both in this drama, because it's covering a controlling wife, it's covering a man that's that's unfaithful. It's just a man who really loves his wife and she's preoccupied with other things, and he feels that his needs are not being met, her emotional needs are not being met, and oftentimes with us, with men, we want to get physical, and it's difficult to get physical when she's not there emotionally. So we're speaking to that, and man, it is powerful. So that's what inspired it. People really desired it, and when we did it, just the testimonies of individuals was just out of the roof. They were raving about it, and so we want to bring it back to the bigger stage to show the city. And I think it's healthy for our city. Our city needs comedy. Our city needs life. Our city needs marriage, and we believe that godly marriages make the godly men, make godly families make godly communities make godly cities. And so we want to start with marriage, and we think it can help the climate of our city.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, I'm so glad you're doing this, and I think everybody, and we have thousands of people who watch us, Pastor, on the Action News 5 digital desk. We hope everyone marks down on their calendars February 2nd, 2024, when this will hit the Orpheum. I remember talking to you, I think around a year ago, and you had another production. How did that all turn out? And tell me about that.
Oh, man, it turned out amazing. I mean, is this the one with the hollering?
Yes, absolutely. I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, man, it was simply amazing. We actually had a sellout crowd at the hollering, and just even the hollering management just said, man, this doesn't look like an amateur play. This should be on the big screen. And so and I'll tell you, honestly, I was telling our cast and just telling individuals, I was inspired years ago at the Orpheum, just going to plays at the Orpheum, and I was inspired to really write a stage play, and I love stage plays, and I was impacted by them. I can really tell you this, man, that, and I hope it doesn't sound arrogant at all, but this is the best, or one of the best stage plays that I've ever seen. And not because I wrote it, but the people, the actors and actresses, they do an amazing job. And the message hits home. it hits home. Finances, communication, lack of being intimate. I mean, it hits home in every which way, and I think it's gonna stretch and touch so many people. But it went well on last year.
I look forward to checking it out, Pastor Marin Thomas. We appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk. Good luck with everything, and we look forward to seeing it February 2nd, 2024 at the Orpheum downtown. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Let's switch things up for just a minute here. Let's go to the state of Arkansas right now, because most people assume that worms are harmless. But check out this worm. This is considered a dangerous piece of a species, of a worm that's been spotted in Arkansas. It's called the hammerhead worm. It's been found in Greene County, according to the University of Arkansas's Division of Agriculture, and this is a dangerous species, according to a number of different state leaders there. In fact, let's bring in one right now. I'm joined now by Vic Ford. He's the Senior Associate Vice President Extension for the University of Arkansas System Division of Agriculture. Mr. Ford, are you in Fayetteville? Where are you exactly?
Oh, sir, I'm in Little Rock.
Little Rock,
I'm
okay.
Office. Yes, sir.
All right, so let's talk about this, because this, you know, I'm looking at this picture. I was looking at it earlier. I mean, it almost looks like a, you know, if you didn't know, it looked fine, but it does have that unusual head, like a hammerhead shark. Tell me more about this.
This is not really a worm as we would think about as an earthworm. This is a flatworm, and many of us who've had basic biology remember flatworms are called planarias, and this is a land-based planaria. They reproduce by, primarily this one does by breaking pieces of that long tail off and forming new worms. The worm mouth and anal orifice is the same organ, so they suck it up and expel it from the same location. The mouth actually is lower down on the worm. It's not at the head. The head is a sensory organ. There are some eye spots there. And it is a predator. It is a predator for earthworms. It's introduced from Asia. They're found in the United States now in the southern coastal Gulf states and have made their way up into Arkansas. In South Arkansas, we started seeing them about 10 years ago, and now they're making their way up to the northern part of the state. They're earthworm predators. Get no mistake about that. They are affecting the earthworm populations in the state. And what they do is, you see what this one here is doing on with this earthworm. It has a toxin in the slime, which is the same toxin that's in pufferfish. It's extremely deadly, and it paralyzes the worm. and then literally digests the worm right there and sucks it up into the worm itself, the hammerhead worm, and goes on about its business. They can be up to maybe a couple feet long. Again, pieces of the tail break off, and that's how new worms mostly are formed. There have been egg cases found for the planaria, but most of those worms come from those broken off segments. One of the things we do not do if we're trying to control these things is chop them up, because each piece becomes another worm. So essentially you're creating more worms if you chop them up. So what we try to do is tell people to use salt or citrus oil or even vinegar to kill them that way, and that way they don't get to make more worms by chopping them up into smaller pieces.
Okay, let me jump in here, because what you said is very like sci-fi and and almost scary in a way. So you're saying that you see this worm, and then if you were to chop the worm up, it would immediately grow kind of a head and a tail. Explain that to me.
It would essentially create another head and body, and it'll take a few days, but it'll become another worm.
Okay, that is shocking to me. I've never heard that before. So the best way, in what I'm seeing, is the best way to take care of this, if you perhaps run across this unusual worm, is what?
The best thing, we don't need to report, because we know we're not really trying to get people to let us know that they're there. But the best way to do, if you see one, is to apply salt or apply citrus oil or apply vinegar and kill the worm when you can. And I don't let pets get into it. Do not handle it. It can form a rash on people because of the toxin. And if the pets or a child eats it, it can make them sick. So it's one of those things you don't want to get, handle or get up close and personal with.
Okay, so let's talk about the environmental impact, because we know that there's a lot of agriculture in the state of Arkansas, a lot of farmers out there. Traditionally, you want worms in the soil. It helps create a healthy environment for crops, but this is a very different worm, as you mentioned. It's not really that traditional earthworm you're talking about. Give me a more in-depth response to the environmental impact of this hammerhead worm.
This is kind of we have another kind of earthworm introduced to called the jumping worm, and that's another story. But we have impact-wise, is we don't really know, and that's probably the best question. We're thinking this is primarily in moist areas. So in terms of an agriculture field, I don't think we're going to have a problem. I think it may impact some of our moist soils in, say, forest or gardens or landscape plantings and that kind of thing. I think that will be the largest impact. I'm more concerned with the direct impact on pets and humans right now, in terms of people getting into this and having a reaction or getting sick. But the impact on the earthworm population is going to be there. And we really right now don't have any good numbers for that. So I can't really give you, how many tons of soil are being turned over before after these things. But I suspect that there will be a significant impact, particularly on localized locations.
So let's talk a little bit about what happens if there is a human, a person that comes upon this and doesn't know how to handle it properly, maybe perhaps picks it up if it's a child. What can this worm do to a person, specifically a child?
Wash it. Wash the hands. Contact is, again, that toxin, if it's ingested, can make you very sick. Depending on and how much, it could be even more serious than that. Getting it on the slime on your hands can cause a rash. The toxin can be absorbed through the skin. So I would suggest, if you handle it, you're going to put on gloves, use a hoe or something else to get rid of it. But for goodness sakes, again, do not chop the thing up. you talk about science fiction. If you work where people are exposed to planaria in basic biology, whether in high school or in college, and they'll you split one down the middle and it forms two heads, or it forms pieces, complete worms from pieces. But they've also shown that planaria, when you create new planaria from cutting this off, the memories are transferred to those pieces. That's kind of more even scientific science fiction going into science fact. So those things are really devastating. They're unusual. They're something we have not had in this country. But again, don't handle them. Do not cut them up. You put salt, citrus oil, vinegar on them, and use gloves if you got to pick one up.
Yeah. So you mentioned it's in the state of Arkansas, and we broadcast to Arkansas, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Tell me if there's been any spotted in Mississippi or Tennessee.
Yes, they have been all along the Gulf Coast. It's been there for a while. And Tennessee, I have not heard of any, but I would not be surprised if they're in, say, the Memphis area from there. So they're really spread really by the horticulture industry. They're in with the rest of the root ball or in a pot and then transferred that way. And I think that's how they got into this country and how they're getting spread across the country.
Well, Vic, this has been very fascinating, and I appreciate you enlightening us on this issue and this problem, and we're just kind of getting the word out. Is there anything else that we can let our viewers know about this worm? And we already know what to do if someone comes in contact with it. Don't touch it without gloves. Don't hesitate to kill the worm. Best way to do it is in a bucket with salt, vinegar, or hot water, citrus, as you mentioned. What else can we say?
I think the thing is that we have to be careful what we bring in this country, and everything we bring in has an impact. And there are impacts with bringing this individual species into the country. And it's going to affect the earthworm populations because it is a predator. I think the best thing we can do is we find one, we get rid of it. And the long-term impact is unknown right now. So I think folks need to, be on the lookout. If you're a gardener, you see this thing, you know what to do. Get rid of it, and we'll work from there. But we don't really have any good information right now in terms of impact right now. A lot of speculation, but nothing based on good fact.
You mentioned horticulture. Does it kill plants?
It does not affect the plants. It's an earthworm predator. I mean, that's what it feeds on. That's what it's programmed to do.
Gotcha. All right, Vic Ford, University of Arkansas Division of Agriculture. Really appreciate this in-depth interview on this hammerhead worm. Thanks very much for alerting us to it. Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm very much looking forward to this next interview because if you've been on Instagram, if you've been on Facebook, and you've looked at influential sites here and there, you look at one of the most influential sites in Memphis, it is Unapologetically Memphis. And I am joined right now, happy to say, by Marcus Cooks, who runs Unapologetically Memphis. He is joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Marcus, how are you?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for joining us. So I want to ask you about Unapologetically Memphis. How was it born? Where did the idea come from, and how long has it been?
It started in July 2019. I really cranked it up right before the pandemic hit. When the pandemic hit, I started just full time pressing Unapologetically Memphis. But the idea came from just riding around the city and seeing all the good things that the city had, and I feel like people weren't acknowledging those things. So I started saying, okay, I'm gonna start posting about the things that's in the city that's good that people really don't talk about.
So, Marcus, was it the reason why you started it? Was it just to post things that were good or things that people weren't talking about? Give me more of what some of the reasons behind the reason you started it.
I started because we see so much negativity in the city, and I wanted to, like I said, push some more positive things and show some places that people weren't going or didn't recognize that was there in the city. So that's how Unapologetic Memphis started. Just want to show love all around the city.
Okay, so that was that seems like a long time ago when you think before the pandemic. Tell me about your perspective now. How has it changed from the moment that you first came up with the idea and where we are today in 2023? How's it changed?
Man, it's Unapologetic Memphis is funny. You know, like I said, it was just for love at first, but now I ain't gonna say it's so political, but it kind of keep people up on what's going on in politics and a lot of things that's happening in the news that's important for us to know. So it's just a thing where we just want the people to be informed, and sometimes they don't always look at the news, so they call us like the news. So we try to, like, if y'all have stories I see that feel important, I like, let me put this out there so people know this was going on or this was happening. So just to keep the city informed, just try to make everybody come together and make a better city. That's pretty much what we do.
I appreciate that, Marcus, and thank you in advance for putting some of our stuff out there. We really appreciate that. Give me the idea behind the name, Unapologetically Memphis. I like that name.
Man, I think the name was the Black Book of Memphis at first, because it was gonna just showcase a lot of things that's in Memphis. Like you got a girlfriend, I'm like, we're gonna show everything that's in Memphis and kind of make it like it's in a black book or whatever. But I was just going through the internet one day and I was like, I seen Unapologetically Black, and I was like, Unapologetically Memphis, and I like, that sounds much better to me. So I like, it's just how Unapologetically Memphis started. Like, I like Unapologetically Memphis, that sound good, and everybody loves the name.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Tell me a little bit about yourself, Marcus. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to high school?
Oh boy, this is gonna be the funny part. So I grew up, I was born, my first residence known was Orange Mound. So before my mom and dad split, I stayed in Orange Mound for about 3 years. They split. Ended up, my grandparents stayed in Olive Branch. So lived in Olive Branch for a while, started going to Olive Branch School. And just back and forth from Olive Branch School. My mom stayed in Whitehaven and dad stayed in Capeville. So I'd be back and forth on the weekends to either one of their houses. So to keep a common ground, I stayed with my grandparents and ended up graduating from Olive Branch High School. So when I got to Olive Branch High School, I liked my friends. Instead of going to Whitehaven, I stayed in Olive Branch. My sister graduated from Whitehaven, but I stayed in Olive Branch because I just wanted to keep the same friends I had grew up with.
That's cool. I love it. So, I mean, you're like, I mean, it's all Memphis and parts of the Mid-South. You're really encompassing it all. Tell me about the goal of your site and how that's evolved over time. It must have been different when you first started it and where it is today, and perhaps maybe what you want it to be eventually.
Man, it's a constantly evolving thing. I get so many issues sent to the DM that I was like, man, I didn't know we had that much reach that people would feel like we can get it to the people so much. But it's always evolving. Like I know the things like us trying to do a festival, the Memphis in May Festival, they canceled it for the 2024. So people reached out like want us to do festivals and just throw kind of events that's family oriented in the city. So It's just like I said, just trying to make Memphis a family again. You know, everybody, you know, my hat say make Memphis safe again. Everybody like Memphis never been safe. I was like, it wasn't, but it was better. It wasn't this. We had some good times in Memphis. I say late 90s, 2000s. Man, I had the time of my life in Memphis.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where we had homicide rate that was under 100 for the year. 100 for the year,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's routinely over 300. This has now become a full-time job for you. Did you ever imagine it would get this big?
Man, it's good to make your hobby turn into your job. So I was like, no, I didn't imagine it being this. I just had an idea. I shot to my friends and a few of my family members. I was like, man, I'm gonna go ahead with this because I feel like it's something good that the city need. And man, it just turned into what it is now and just steady growing.
Let me ask you what some of the feedback has been. Has it been all positive? Has it been negative? Share it with me.
When I get out in the streets or whatever, people usually be like, they glad what we doing with Unapologetically Memphis, and just tell me to keep going. You know, it's good encouragement because sometimes I do have negativity in like my DMs, but it ain't that much. But you know, it don't take many negative thoughts to be like, man, do I need to keep doing this or am I making the right choice? But everybody like I was surprised Lane Whitaker and all them guys, they came, you know, we did Sneak Fest this weekend. So a lot of them came and like, man, appreciate what you're doing. Keep doing it. Love it. So that little encouragement keep me doing it.
I think everyone loves the name. People check your site several times a day. It's certainly influential. And congratulations to you for doing all that. We appreciate your feedback and or your comments rather, and love hearing the feedback from everyone. And just looking forward to seeing how it evolves over time. Anything else you want to say to perhaps people who are watching who go to your site pretty frequently?
Man, like I said, man, just make Memphis safe again, man. Let's start loving each other. And like I said, support the new mayor. I think he got some good things coming for the city. I know we're supposed to sit down and talk about some things. So just like I said, let's make Memphis great.
I love it. Let's make Memphis great. Marcus Cook, Unapologetically Memphis. We really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much, and congratulations on the site.
All right, y'all have a good day. Big Memphis.
All right, you do the same. Take care. Let me talk to you about cybersecurity because the recent MGM Resorts and cybersecurity attacks happened on Caesars. It shows us that even well-known companies that take a proactive strategy to protect themselves and others, well, they still are vulnerable to security breaches. What's also alarming is that the recent attack also there was also a compromise of customer data, and that data is so sensitive, and it's often the case when that happens. Let's bring in a security expert right now to talk more about this issue. I'm joined now by Valerie Abend, a global cyber strategy lead for Accenture. Valerie, good morning to you. Tell me about the biggest challenges out there when it comes to cybersecurity that businesses are facing.
For the opportunity to be with you and your viewers. It's really interesting. This is the 20th anniversary of National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. So timely for us to talk. But we just completed this research, which we published online, and everyone can read it. And we found some pretty interesting results where, while over 96% of these CEOs that we surveyed, and we surveyed over 1,000 CEOs, 96% of them are aware that cybersecurity is really important to their business, their growth, their strategy. Unfortunately, only 5% of these CEOs are doing the actions necessary to really make sure that their companies are cyber resilient.
Yeah, that is scary, Valerie. And of course, you think about all the customer data that becomes compromised. So how do we protect ourselves, and how do these companies try and prevent these kind of security attacks?
It's true, there's customer data, but it's also like every way in which we live our lives is increasingly connected. I mean, our refrigerators and our washing machines, like all these devices, obviously our phones, we're so dependent, our healthcare systems, even water, just every way in which we need to live is connected increasingly. And unfortunately, that creates a pretty wide exposure for bad guys to take advantage of. And so there's really key things that we know that need to happen inside of these organizations, so that they stop treating it like only when the bad thing happens and that's when the CEO gets engaged. But we found 5 specific actions that these leaders take to make their companies more resilient. And one of these things is about not treating it like it's only an episodic issue, that they actually have to engage and embed cybersecurity upfront in their products, in their services, in their strategies on a day-to-day basis. One of the things I think about is you wouldn't just deal with a big risk like financial risk only when bad things happen, but you would actually make sure you're meeting with your chief financial officer on a pretty frequent basis and knowing how your company's doing. And the same thing is true around cybersecurity. Really need that CEO leadership at the top.
You know, some of these cyber attacks have to deal with ransoms and money involved in order to make the system work once again. As a customer, what's the best way a customer can protect themselves in these types of situations?
Yeah, I really think about what can we do. Myself, I'm a mom, and I think about what we can do to keep myself and my family, safe all of the time. And there's really 2 things I think everyone out there should do. The first is they need to make sure that they are, buying products and services that are as secure as possible, that they ask the question, which one of these products is actually taking security seriously? How are they doing that? And then the second thing is be really cognizant about the information you share, on social media about yourself, about your families. You should really limit what you share and only share that with your friends and family as best as possible. The more that you put out there, the more that can be taken advantage of in an attack. And so encourage you to be really cautious with that.
What else can we talk about when we talk about cybersecurity being top of mind this month?
Yeah, I really want everyone out there to be thinking about how cybersecurity and cyber resilience is going to be increasingly important for ourselves and our families. And that as part of that, I would consider the report to be essential reading. Every business, every organization, doesn't matter the size, could be a public organization, could be a school system. We know that cyber attacks attack all of this. They should go and read the report. It's available. It's free online. You can see it at accenture.com/cyber CEO. You can read about the 5 actions and the findings. It's really important that we work together collaboratively as a community to make each other safe. This isn't a competitive issue. This is a collaboration and a way of life issue.
No question about it. Valerie Benn, thank you so much for your time and bringing the specifics and what to be concerned about when we deal with cyber attacks. They seem to be happening almost on a daily basis. So we appreciate the info. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk this morning. Chilly numbers to start, but we'll end up with a mild afternoon. It's one of those days that you start off with a sweatshirt and you shed it and you're wearing your short sleeves underneath it. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s before it's all said and done. It will get a bit breezy, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour, some gusts around 20 possible. But overall, a pretty quiet day. Not a lot of rain on the way, even though we do have a chance that we could see a few showers. First alert to a few opportunities early tomorrow morning for that morning commute. So you may be inspired to have an umbrella nearby, but some of us will see rain. More of us will probably get away with it being fairly dry as that system pushes off towards the east. Probably the best opportunities for rain on the front side of the day for most sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then you see a secondary batch of rain that could redevelop over in the eastern extent of the coverage area out along the Highway 72 and Highway 64 corridors, over in northeast Mississippi and the eastern extent of West Tennessee near the Tennessee River. That could be for Thursday afternoon. So let's go hour by hour. We'll show you that with our futurecast. First alert forecast here. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s. There will be a chance for a few clouds to sneak in later on today, but I think we're going to be more sunshine than not across the area throughout the day today. Tonight, that's when the clouds roll in. The winds are still going to be a little bit aggressive out of the south and west. And there you go with that chance for a few showers early Thursday morning. Not everybody's getting wet here, but you do see by the start of the Action News 5 news at 4 a.m. a few showers in eastern Arkansas, and then shifts eastward and would be making its way across the metro area sometime between 5 and 6 o'clock, and then moving across the areas east of the Action News 5 coverage area by 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll give way from the clouds in the morning to some sunshine breaks. A warm breeze still flowing in off the Gulf of Mexico. Highs will top out middle to upper 70s. That was round one. Round two comes along the frontal boundary. As it shifts eastward, we'll see a few downpours potentially developing the farther east that you go. But most spots will probably stay mostly dry and warm going into the next few days. Nothing appreciable on the rainfall amounts. Of course, the last couple of days, we've seen the Mississippi River hit a new record low, 11.98 on the gauge. That's a preliminary number, but still, needless to say, if it's not that, it's very close to it. Of course, we've already busted through that record a couple of times. Right now, this morning, the gauge at about 11.9 feet below gauge level 0. The general trend here is to bob around the 11-foot mark and then come up a little bit heading into the weekend. That comes by way of not rain here locally. It's rain that has happened to the north of us up in the upper Mississippi Valley and the Ohio Valley. That's going to come down to the pipeline, but here's the kicker. Again, we don't have any appreciable rain opportunities in the short term. And the way it sets up here in the next couple of weeks, unfortunately for us, we're probably not going to see very many upward trends on the Mississippi River. Earlier this year, we were talking about how the ongoing dry weather from last year has perpetuated itself into this year. Unfortunately, it looks like this may be the case going into next year as well, because a lot of the forecast guidance that looks at the river gauges here in the Mid-South wouldn't suggest a level that gets back to gauge 0. So we'd have to go 10 feet again to get back to gauge 0. Remember, usually the Mississippi River is running like 20, 30 feet, okay? Gauge 0 by the beginning of next year. It's still October, the middle of October, so we got a long way to go. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, while it's dry, we need some wet weather. We're not going to get a lot of it here. We can enjoy the nice weather while we have it, right? Lots of sunshine here the next few days, and actually milder temperatures, warmer air building across the midsection of the United States through the Plain States, upper 80s out towards Dallas this weekend. And for us, we'll be approaching the 80-degree mark as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 80-degree mark as early as maybe Saturday. There is a possibility that we could nudge our way upward because there's a front that's going to be moving through the area on Saturday. Obviously not any rain associated with it, but it is a little weak frontal boundary. They'll knock the numbers back a little bit for your Sunday. And then we rebound again back towards the upper 70s and near 80 degrees early next week. Breezy conditions, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour today. Tomorrow, put that rain chance around 20% tomorrow. Again, a few showers in the morning. Generally dry throughout the meat of the day tomorrow, but by late afternoon, early evening, anybody who lives east of I-55, that's when we could see a few isolated downpours trying to develop. So something to be cognizant of for our friends in Corinth, Lamar, Ripley, Mississippi, Walnut, Ashland, Hornsby, as well as Whiteville, Bolivar, and over towards Summerville, Corinth, and Adamsville. But otherwise, Don't expect a lot of rainfall here in the next 7 days, but maybe in the next 10 days. You can find those details in the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, also on actionnews5.com.
I want to talk now about National Fire Prevention Association because it is National Fire Prevention Week, October 8th through the 14th. And cooking, if you can believe it or not, is the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries. And so the National Fire Protection Association is reminding all of us about some simple, easy, and important steps to take to reduce the risk of fire while cooking. I'm joined now in the Action News 5 digital desk by Andrea Vastis, a fire safety expert with the National Fire Prevention Association. Andrea, thanks so much for joining us here. How big of a problem is cooking-related fires? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me today. You know, it is. You mentioned that it's the #1 cause of home fire and home fire injuries, and that is something that has remained. So even as over the last 40 years, the number of reported home fires has gone down, that hasn't changed. And these cooking fires account for about half of all home fires in general.
What is the theme this year? I know that there's usually a theme every year.
Yes. So this year, which is actually our 101st Fire Prevention Week, we came up with Cooking Safety Starts With You, Pay Attention to Fire Prevention. And that piece of it is really, you know, we talk about cooking being the #1 cause of home fire and home fire injuries, but the pay attention piece is really about the way in which we live. You know, everybody pretty much has a phone on them at any given time. And we're so trained to, you know, pay attention to that ding or that buzz whenever that happens. There's an incoming text or a Snapchat. Many of us are working from home, and therefore, not only now are we working from home, we're multitasking, we're trying to fit in the different kinds of things we're doing, like cooking. And so it is those kinds of things that are starting to cause the issues that continue to plague us. Staying with your cooking is such an important part of it, and it's really easy to get distracted. A package shows up at your door, you know, you get that phone call or that text, turn your back for a moment, and it doesn't take very long for that grease or the material that you're cooking on your stovetop to ignite.
People watching this, Andrea, they might be thinking, "Oh man, I know this. This is fire, you know, stuff. This stuff is for, you know, people that don't know anything about this. I know this." Well, is there something that you could share that perhaps people think they know, but perhaps they might not be aware of?
Yeah, I think there's a few things here because the nature of fire, I think people don't realize how quickly fire grows, and that, for instance, a stovetop fire, once it ignites, you do have that moment where if you have a lid nearby and you slide that lid over the pan, turn off the burner, you can prevent that fire from happening. But if you have stepped away and you think that you're only gone for that 5 seconds or 10 seconds, once that fire ignites, it gets very big very quickly and grows. And I think that's one thing that people don't realize. I think the other thing that people don't realize is that in a home fire, we actually have less time to escape than we did 40 years ago. Today's home furnishings are full of synthetics, and we have more open floor plans and lightweight construction materials. And so that means that when a fire does happen, you actually have about 2 minutes, maybe even less from the time the smoke alarm sounds to get out safely, because that fire will burn hotter, faster, and have more toxic smoke associated with it.
You were mentioning earlier we're multitasking constantly. What happens when kids are walking in and out of the kitchen? How do we make sure that they're safe, and yet they want to contribute sometimes to, you know, making dinner or making a meal, but we want to keep them safe too?
Absolutely. So on the stove top, we have a few things. We say, make sure to turn your pot handles inward, right? Off to the side and inward, so that no one is bumping, including the adults, bumping into things and knocking things over and spilling grease. If you're using things like crock pots, air fryers, the appliances that do get hot, make sure that they are plugged directly into the wall and that they are a distance away. And then really the role for young children is in the non-heating portion of things. Have them help with, chopping, have them help with prepping vegetables, setting the table, things like that. But honestly, the rule for young children is 3 feet away, 3 feet away from the stove, the oven, the grill, anywhere where hot foods and liquids are being served. Unfortunately, children under the age of 5 account for the majority of these contact burns and scald burns.
What is the proper method if there was a kitchen fire and we are supposed to put it out the right way?
Yeah, so, our tips are, stand by your, watch what you heat, and always have a lid nearby, or even a cookie sheet, right? A heavy sheet pan nearby. If that starts to smoke up or starts to flare up, you can slide that lid right over the pan, turn off the burner, and then just step away, let everything cool down. If it is too big of a fire, or when in doubt, we say just get out and stay out, call 911, and let the firefighters come do their job, because these fires, again, they grow very rapidly and very hot. So if it's small enough that you can throw the lid on, great. Otherwise, get out, call 911, and let the firefighters do their thing.
Okay, Andrea Vastas, fire safety expert with the National Fire Prevention Association, Protection Association. Andrea, thanks so much. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Unlocking potential through upskilling is a pathway to career advancement, but yet many Americans, specifically women and minorities, have significant roadblocks reducing these types of opportunities. In fact, there's some new research out there that unveils a significant gap for workers and companies. Let's talk about more with regards to this study with Elise Awad, DeVry University's new and first female president and CEO. Good morning, Elise. Thank you for joining us on the digital desk. What can you share from this study this morning, the statistics?
Good morning, Andrew. So I'll start with the general findings. There's a say-do gap where American workers say upskilling is important for their career advancement. However, very few actually take advantage of these opportunities. And when you look at the highlights in the study, there's a disproportionate impact between women and people of color. 73% of men actually have access to upskilling opportunities versus 56% of women and 42% people of color. Even with employer-sponsored programs, only 37% of women actually take advantage of these opportunities versus 56% of men.
Do we know if employees are getting this same feedback, and what are they doing to close the gap?
So I think, employees engaging with their leaders and trying to figure out how to communicate their goals is really important. And then taking initiative and trying to find ways to upskill and reskill and develop yourself, regardless of opportunities. Taking initiative is really important. Doing research on your own is really important.
No question. So you've been named the first female president and CEO of DeVry University. What advice would you have for people out there, specifically women and minorities?
I'm really glad you asked this. I would say first, again, going back to doing research, as the first female president and CEO, if it weren't for higher education institutions like DeVry University that had flexible options and programs available for me as a full-time worker, I would not be able to continue upskilling and developing myself. And I'd say, be curious, number one, research, find programs, be it through higher ed institutions or other on-the-job type training. Two, be resilient. Find ways to persist through barriers. There will always be barriers that exist. I found myself asking the question, if not now, then when? I think that's a good question to ask. There is never a good time. Take advantage of opportunities when they exist. And then three, cultivate your network. Find mentors and allies to support you along the way. And I'd say for women who have advanced in their careers, serve as that mentor or ally for other female aspiring leaders.
Anything else you'd like to add, Elise, before we let you go?
I would just say, education partners exist within the DeVry ecosystem. We serve thousands of corporate partners, and we offer upskilling and reskilling opportunities. So if you'd like to research more about the study or DeVry, you can visit us at devry.edu.
Okay, Elise Awad, DeVry University's president and CEO, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk this morning. Chilly numbers to start, but we'll end up with a mild afternoon. It's one of those days that you start off with a sweatshirt and then you shed it and you're wearing your short sleeves underneath it. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s before it's all said and done. It will get a bit breezy, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour, some gusts around 20 possible. But overall, a pretty quiet day. Not a lot of rain on the way, even though we do have a chance that we could see a few showers. First alert to a few opportunities early tomorrow morning for that morning commute. So you may be inspired to have an umbrella nearby, but some of us will see rain. More of us will probably get away with it being fairly dry as that system pushes off towards the east. Probably the best opportunities for rain on the front side of the day for most sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then you see a secondary batch of rain that could redevelop over in the eastern extent of the coverage area out along the Highway 72 and Highway 64 corridors, over in northeast Mississippi and the eastern extent of West Tennessee near the Tennessee River. That could be for Thursday afternoon. So let's go hour by hour. We'll show you that with our Futurecast. First alert forecast here. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s. There will be a chance for a few clouds to sneak in later on today, but I think we're going to be more sunshine than not across the area throughout the day today. Tonight, that's when the clouds roll in. The winds are still going to be a little bit aggressive out of the south and west. And there you go with that chance for a few showers early Thursday morning. Not everybody's getting wet here, but you do see by the start of the Action News 5 news at 4 a.m. a few showers in eastern Arkansas, and then shifts eastward and would be making its way across the metro area sometime between 5 and 6 o'clock, and then moving across the areas east of the Action News 5 coverage area by 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll give way from the clouds in the morning to some sunshine breaks. A warm breeze still flowing in off the Gulf of Mexico. Highs will top out middle to upper 70s. That was round one. Round two comes along the frontal boundary. As it shifts eastward, we'll see a few downpours potentially developing the farther east that you go. But most spots will probably stay mostly dry and warm going into the next few days. Nothing appreciable on the rainfall amounts. Of course, the last couple of days, we've seen the Mississippi River hit a new record low, 11.98 on the gauge. That's a preliminary number, but still needless to say, if if it's not that, it's very close to it. Of course, we've already busted through that record a couple of times. Right now, this morning, the gauge at about 11.9 feet below gauge level 0. The general trend here is to bob around the 11-foot mark and then come up a little bit heading into the weekend. That comes by way of not rain here locally. It's rain that has happened to the north of us up in the upper Mississippi Valley and the Ohio Valley. That's going to come down to the pipeline, but here's the kicker. Again, we don't have any appreciable rain opportunities in the short term. And the way it sets up here in the next couple of weeks, unfortunately for us, we're probably not going to see very many upward trends on the Mississippi River. Earlier this year, we were talking about how the ongoing dry weather from last year has perpetuated itself into this year. Unfortunately, it looks like this may be the case going into next year as well, because a lot of the forecast guidance that looks at the river gauges here in the Mid-South wouldn't suggest a level that gets back to gauge 0. So we'd have to go 10 feet again to get back to gauge 0. Remember, usually the Mississippi River is running like 20, 30 feet, okay? Gauge 0 by the beginning of next year. It's still October, the middle of October, so we got a long way to go. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, while it's dry, we need some wet weather. We're not going to get a lot of it here. We can enjoy the nice weather while we have it, right? Lots of sunshine here the next few days, and actually milder temperatures, warmer air building across the midsection of the United States through the Plain States, upper 80s out towards Dallas this weekend. And for us, we'll be approaching the 80-degree mark as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 80-degree mark as early as maybe Saturday. There is a possibility that we could nudge our way upward because there's a front that's going to be moving through the area on Saturday. Obviously not any rain associated with it, but it is a little weak frontal boundary. They'll knock the numbers back a little bit for your Sunday. And then we rebound again back towards the upper 70s and near 80 degrees early next week. Breezy conditions, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour today. Tomorrow, put that rain chance around 20% tomorrow. Again, a few showers in the morning. Generally dry throughout the meat of the day tomorrow, but by late afternoon, early evening, anybody who lives east of I-55, that's when we could see a few isolated downpours trying to develop. So something to be cognizant of for our friends in Corinth, Lamar, Ripley, Mississippi, Walnut, Ashland, Hornsby, as well as Whiteville, Bolivar, and over towards Somerville, Corinth, and Adamsville. But otherwise, don't expect a lot of rainfall here in the next 7 days. But maybe in the next 10 days, you can find those details in the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, also on actionnews5.com.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. We want to tell you about the Orpheum Theater downtown, such a great staple for Memphis and the Mid-South. Well, they have announced the return of Camp Say. Now, this is a free 2-day camp for young people who stutter, and it's from ages 8 through 18. I want to bring in someone who can talk more about this camp. I'm joined now by Jennifer McGrath. She is Orpheum Vice President. She's also someone who knows more about this camp. She's a part of the engagement with the community, also education, and she joins us now on the digital desk. Jennifer, how are you?
Hi, good morning. I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me.
Appreciate you being here. I remember talking about this camp last year, I believe, and it sounded like such an incredible opportunity for anyone who is perhaps fearful or has lack of self-confidence when it comes to stuttering. Is that some of the objectives out there of this camp?
Absolutely. I think the really beautiful thing about the camp is that it is meeting every single young person that comes exactly where they are. So sometimes we have young people attending the camp, as you said, that maybe are a little bit nervous. Maybe they have never met another person who stutters before. Maybe they think they're the only one, or maybe they're lacking in a little bit of confidence. And if that's where they are, that's absolutely perfect. And we're thrilled to meet them there. We also have young people that are here and they have got a lot to say and they come in the door ready to jump up on stage and perform. So it really, really runs the gamut. But the beautiful thing is that the camp is designed to meet every single person where they are on their journey. And a lot of people don't know that over 70 million people in the world stutter, including 5% of young people. So it really is about putting young people that share this thing in common together in the same space to create a sense of community and let them know that they're not alone no matter where they are on that confidence journey.
So I know this camp takes place next month, November 18th and 19th. Talk to me about how the Orpheum is the perfect setting. I mean, you mentioned just a minute ago, they get on stage and it really helps their confidence, doesn't it?
It sure does. It sure does. I mean, I think to answer your question, here at the Orpheum, we're often known for our work in terms of training artists and focusing on performing and singing and dancing and acting. And we do all of that. But as of late, we've also really sort of shifted our focus a little bit to also include programs that are using the arts to simply make better human beings, right? And there are a lot of ways that we can do that. You mentioned the confidence boost is huge, right? The sheer fact of being in a community, knowing that you're not alone, what that can do for your mental and physical well-being, your healing, your journey. And then, of course, being able to express yourself creatively and freely, right? At Camp Say, there's no pressure on anybody to get up on stage and perform. I want to say that, but we spend a lot of time together in community creating and making things and holding space for young people to express themselves. And then whoever does want to share is, of course, able to go up on stage. And it is really a miraculous, radical thing to see young people that often walk in the door on the first day completely full of trepidation, a little bit nervous, not wanting to maybe raise their hand or speak. And then oftentimes just 48 hours later, you mentioned it's only a 2-day camp, we see them either in their groups collaborating and speaking out among their peers, or some of them, like I said, even jumping up on that stage and reading a poem they wrote or singing a song or performing a dance. And you can just see them come alive. And so the camp is really about like when we hold space and we just give everybody a little bit more time to speak. That's the only difference between a person who stutters, right, and a person who doesn't, is that it just takes them a little bit more time. And I think in the world, when we all take time to slow down a little bit and listen to one another, truly, truly remarkable things can happen. And we see that at Camp Say all the time.
Okay, so November 18th and 19th is the camp, and you're asking people to register a little more than a week prior. So you want people to register by November 10th. Tell me how big the camp typically is. Is it 50 children? Is it 150? Give me a sense of how many people and where can they register?
Absolutely. So the registration is all online at the Orpheum's website. So that's orpheum-memphis.com/Camp Say. All of the information is right there. There's a simple application to fill out. And as you mentioned, yes, ideally, you'd be able to do that. We say that the registration closes a week before, and that's, of course, so that we can make all the necessary arrangements and prepare things. But even if somebody were to not hear about the camp until, a little bit later, if they want to come, we want to have them. So there's also information of like, even if the registration link is closed, how you can follow up so that we can make sure to get that young person in. In terms of the numbers, we have been running this camp in Memphis. It's part of a national program with our partnership with SAY, the Stuttering Association for the Young, who are based out of New York City. But we've been running the Camp Say across the USA in Memphis for 6 years now. And across those 6 years, I actually just checked, we've served over 100 students, which is really amazing. Each camp session is, has ranged from, I would say, the smallest, maybe about 25 to the largest, maybe being about 40, 45. And we like to keep it somewhat small in each session so that we can really give each young person the attention that they deserve. But like I said, over the course of those 6 years, because some have come and aged out, some campers have been coming every single year for all 6 years, which is amazing. So over the course of those 6 years, we've served over 100 young people who stutter, and that community just continues to grow. And I will also take the time to say that anything that anyone can do to help spread the word, right? If you're a speech language pathologist, or if you're a young person who stutters, or a parent or a relative of someone, or an educator, we want to make sure to get the word out, because this program is completely free. It's for these young people, and we want to make sure they know about it and can get over to us here at the Orpheum.
Okay, Jennifer McGrath, we appreciate your time. Again, this camp totally free as well, November 18th and 19th at the Halloran Center in downtown Memphis. Jennifer, thanks so much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Okay, appreciate that. We're going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds. .51 degrees at 11 minutes after 9 o'clock on a Wednesday. You are looking live from our High Five camera in downtown Memphis. It is a nice day today. It's going to warm up nicely as well. We'll be talking more about your forecast, including the 7-day forecast, coming up in just a little bit. Right now, I want to talk about a mourning mother begging for answers after her daughter was killed in a hit-and-run crash. 20-year-old University of Memphis student Ava Christopher died back in late July after a crash at Cooper and Central. And the reward for information leading to arrest has now doubled to $20,000. Our Armani Williams sat down with the mother, and we warn you, some of the video that you're about to see in this story is going to be tough to watch.
July 25th started as a normal day for the Christophers.
And then that evening, I was texting her like at 9:30 just to talk about dinner, and she had said, when I heard back from her, it was like 10 or 10:30, and she said, I'm at Perkins with friends. You know, we all went out after work, celebration, because everybody was going back to school, and then that was it.
It turned into a day Angela Christopher cannot forget.
We woke up to a loud knocking on the front door. The detective that was on the scene, and he told us that there was a car accident, and it was his words were, it was the worst possible outcome.
Her daughter, 20-year-old Ava Christopher, was killed in a hit-and-run crash at the intersection of Cooper and Central Avenue. Surveillance video shows a red Dodge Challenger going through the red light, hitting Christopher's car on the driver's side. Witnesses say a man and woman got out of the Dodge Challenger. The woman was seen going back to the car to get a purse before the two walked away. Police say the Dodge was reported stolen about a week earlier.
I think that's the thing, is like they didn't just steal the car. They didn't just wreck her car and wreck somebody else's car. They stole everything. They stole her future. They stole her ability to finish college.
Now, with the help of family and friends, the reward for information leading to an arrest is now $20,000, an amount family and friends hope will persuade someone to speak up.
I just really hope that somebody who knows something will come forward. They can receive that reward and help us locate and identify who the driver of that car was. I hope it makes it worth it for them.
Okay, so almost 3 months after Ava Christopher was killed in that hit and run crash, her mother says there have only been a few tips. Again, the reward is $20,000. If you have any information, please call or text Crime Stoppers. You can remain anonymous and still be eligible for that $20,000 reward money. That number is 901-528-CASH. Starting next month, food truck vendors in Memphis will have to pick up a $50 permit or face mandatory inspections. The Memphis Fire Department made that announcement saying the permit will help ensure safety and compliance. It goes into effect November 1st. A $50 permit's good for 1 year. To schedule a food truck inspection or get any other questions answered, we've posted a phone number on our website, actionnews5.com. Well, if you have lived in Memphis for any time, you know we have some of the best water in the world, and we're very proud of that water. And as a result of having some of the best tap water in the entire world, you have amazing tasting beer, and that's why local breweries are thriving right now all across Memphis and the Mid-South. Grind City Brewing Company says it's one of the most unique views that they have in town. Kim Clark has a 5-star story. Check it out.
A beautiful view from 76 Waterworks Avenue, just off North 2nd in North Memphis, where Grind City Brewing Company sits in the shadow of a grain and barge depot. The perfect place to celebrate Oktoberfest, according to the brewery's events director.
And because of our unique property, we're able to service a lot more people than a normal brewery would be able to do. It's a celebration not only of beer and Oktoberfest, but it also coincides with our anniversary as a tap room.
Taking care of business for 3 years now, Grind City is the brainchild of Hopper Seeley. Yes, a hops man named Hopper. He says he wanted to get in the game after working jobs for almost a dozen other breweries.
And we started looking at areas and found this piece of property, and the vision was immediately like, I'm gonna plant a brewery here, and we're gonna completely start the momentum in North Memphis.
In addition to nearly 5 acres of land, the property includes a World War II Quonset hut that Seeley says was filled with wood from the previous business.
So this was the Tri-State Veneer and Plywood company for roughly 90 years. They were around just making different bent chair parts, chair legs, chair backs, everything.
All those leftover wooden chair backs, molds, legs, and other wood gave Seeley an idea, building on the history of Tri-State.
So all the wood that's in our tap room is actually from the chair factory itself. The bar tops, the tables, the legs, all of it is from the chair factory. Even in our beers, the blueprints that are in the background of each can is actually a blueprint of the chair's manufacturing.
The wood that you see, I made glue for it.
Maintenance manager Gordon Glass worked at Tri-State for about 50 years, starting at age 17, and still works in the same facility, but now for Grind City Brewing Company.
So they asked me to stay. So I thank God being around my brother. This is my family.
Seeley and crew say it's that sense of community that elevates the craft beer experience at Grind City Brewing.
The main goal is when you actually get here, we want to make sure that you get your beer fast, you get to hang out with your friends and family here, and when you leave here, it's just the whole package.
So one of the biggest things here that's a founding pillar is community. For us to be a representative of the area is really an incredible opportunity for us.
Grind City brews and cans on site. This amber lager is called Thaddeus. It's one of 4 beers offered year-round, in addition to 7 limited releases and a hard seltzer called Memphis Mule.
Yes, we put a lot of energy into making sure that our beers are delicious, consistent, and always fitting a variety.
And while you can purchase Grind City brews at grocery stores and bars around the region, Seeley believes the brewery's tap room truly adds something special.
We want to be the pub of Memphis, and pub is now just a term for a bar, but it was for public gathering. So we want to be the public gathering point of Memphis, especially North Memphis. And no name fit that better than Grind City.
Cheers to that. In North Memphis, Kim Clark, Action News 5.
All right, well, have you gotten your flu shot yet? We actually had somebody come up to the station. I got my flu shot a couple weeks ago. we're getting into that flu season. A lot of times it starts in October, really hits the peak starting in December to February. And so we want to talk this morning about some myths that maybe go alongside the flu and how people perceive the flu and think about the flu. So joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk is Dr. Sarah Lynn Walters, the Director of Ambulatory Services at Regional One Health. Doctor, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I am great. How are you?
Doing well. Glad to have you here on the desk. Let's go ahead and just dive in and just talk about some of these. I got a list from you with maybe some of the top 10 myths that people think about when it comes to the flu.
So I would say the first thing that you usually hear is that the flu shot gives the flu. And that is incorrect. Basically, what happens is that the flu shot is giving you a primer to if you were to be exposed to the flu virus itself. And so what happens is that your body then responds to that, and that's your immune system ramping up as it would when you do catch the flu. So there is commonly soreness, maybe some chills, maybe a slight fever that people can get after the flu shot, but it is actually not the flu at that time. The flu is usually more aggressive, lasts a whole lot longer than a few hours or maybe a day that you'll have with the flu shot.
A lot of times people think too, they're like, well, I'm healthy. I mean, why do I need to get the flu shot? I mean, is it really going to help me? Why do I need it if I'm already a healthy person? What would you say about that?
So I would link it to COVID a little bit in that healthy people died from COVID. So being healthy doesn't stop you from potentially having the flu and then subsequently getting something like a pneumonia or, problems breathing and ended up in the hospital. And so you want to protect yourself from things that we can prevent. And those things are definitely one of the things you can prevent with the flu shot. Subsequently, the flu also affects, younger kids who don't have significant immune systems as yet, and older persons. As they get older, your immune system starts to weaken. So if you have a child or an elderly parent or grandparent or anything around, then you also want to be able to protect them by getting the flu shot yourself.
What about when people say the flu vaccine can cause severe side effects?
So I really say that, all vaccines, the purpose of them is to trigger your immune system. And every once in a while, someone may have an immune response that is more aggressive than what we expect. So we have had people who have what we call Guillain-Barré, which is a response to either infections or vaccinations where there is some paralysis. If people have had that before with a vaccine, then they're the ones that should not be getting the flu vaccine or any vaccines after that as a response, because you can have another response that way. There are some byproducts of the flu shot, such as egg, where if you have an egg allergy, you may have a more severe response as well. But for the most part, the side effects of the flu vaccine, as we talked about before, would be sometimes soreness. You can get a little bit of chills, fevers, kind of muscle aches, but those are temporary and do not last very long.
There's some people too that they're like, well, I got the vaccine, I still got the flu. So, I mean, why get it? I don't think it works. What kind of response would you say to those people?
Yes. And so the vaccine isn't 100% to prevent you from getting the infection, but what it does is it reduces your chances of, one, having severe symptoms, two, potentially dying from the infection, and three, reducing how long you've had the symptoms. So again, I'll keep linking it to COVID-19 because that was the thing that was on people's mind that's very similar in that, COVID vaccines as well as the flu vaccines, you're still potentially can get the infection, but it usually is less severe with less complications, including death.
What about pregnant women? When they say pregnant women shouldn't get the vaccine, or people say that, is that true?
No, actually, pregnant persons should get vaccinations because especially with your baby, they don't have an immune system that has formed as yet. And so you want to give them all the possible things that they could be protected, because your antibodies, which is what forms after you have an infection or you have a vaccine, is transmitted to that baby. And so before the age of 6 months, they're unable to get a flu shot or some of the other vaccinations. And so when that baby is delivered and they have your immune antibodies to help protect them, then you're giving them that chance of not being one of the few that does end up getting really sick from this infection. So definitely you want to have it, especially if you're breastfeeding, you have those antibodies that also transfer to your baby through breast milk. So you want to give them that fighting chance that they don't have a bad response to an infection.
That's some good information. Okay, so I was reading this one and I thought it was worth mentioning that you can't, the myth where it says you can't spread the flu if you're feeling well.
That is untrue. And so the first couple days of most infections, you usually don't have a whole lot of symptoms, but that tends to be the time that you're actually most infectious. And so you are more likely to pass it on during the times that you don't think that you have the infection. And then once symptoms start to form, which usually happens in 24 or 48 hours after your exposure to the virus, you're still infectious at that time, but you could have already passed it on before you have those symptoms.
All right, well, I know we're getting low on time here, but I wanted to touch base on one more where people say getting the flu vaccine is all you need to protect yourself from the flu. What do you say to that one?
So I will say during COVID-19, we had some of the lowest numbers of influenza, and that was not because of the flu vaccine. That was because we were doing things like covering our mouths. When we were sick, we were staying home, we were washing our hands. So you want to continue to do all those things when you, especially the winter time when we have flu, RSV, COVID, colds, lots of respiratory viruses that all seem the same. You want to ensure that you're washing your hands. If you have a cough, that you're covering your mouth, wearing a mask if you need to. When you feel sick, stay at home from work. And you want to prevent and increase your immune system as much as possible. So you want to do your vitamin C's, increase water before you get sick and not while you're sick.
Well, some great tips there, informative for me as well. Dr. Walters, I appreciate you taking time and hopping on here on the digital desk and really sharing some good tips and breaking some of those myths that maybe people have always said when it comes to the flu vaccine. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. 9:28 is the time. 56 degrees as you take a live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. Going to be a nice day today. We're going to be talking more about the forecast coming up in just a little bit. But right now, I want to talk a little bit about open enrollment, because open enrollment is something that most of us go through each and every year. And there is a new study, an annual study that just came out. It revealed more than half of employees would consider looking for a new job for better health benefits. Thinking about that. Think about how benefits have changed over the years. If you've been a professional for a number of different years, people are actually willing to change jobs for better health benefits. Let's talk a little bit more about this issue and about this study with Winnie Sun. She is known as the Wealth Whisperer. She has a podcast, Yes Factor with Winnie Sun, and she is joining us now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk more about this. Winnie, good morning to you. Why is picking a healthcare plan key to financial health?
Good morning, Andrew. Well, we got to start talking about inflation. I think we can all agree that we felt the pinch in the rise of costs of goods and services this year. Things like food, clothing, gas, even housing has been huge. And if you've been following the news, you know that year-to-year price hikes have definitely taken a hit. And this certainly includes healthcare, premiums, deductibles. They've all been on the rise. And even the services covered by many health insurance plans have gone up. So the 2023 AFLAC Workforces Report showed that employers have been impacted, and this includes impacting what businesses can offer their employees today. So this year, more than ever, we're encouraging everyone to take their time and to be a smart shopper.
So Winnie, let me ask you this, because on the top of this interview, we talked about this annual survey where employees essentially said, hey, look, I will switch jobs if I can get better health benefits. Tell me more about this survey.
So Andrew, you're right. The AFLAC study showed that 53% of employees are at least somewhat likely to accept a position with lower pay if it includes better benefits. In fact, a steady rise in benefit costs and concerns about rising costs are causing employers to remain very cautious when it comes to balancing the cost of benefits, keeping employees happy, and more importantly than ever, retaining staff.
So, Winnie, is there one area of coverage that employees are most concerned about when it comes to health benefits out there?
Well, definitely. Survey responses continue to highlight mental health and well-being as top concerns among employees. Employees want their employers to care about them and their well-being, and also to provide these resources to stay ahead of burnout, because 57% of those surveys said that they're currently experiencing at least moderate levels of burnout. And this is one big thing, workplace stress. The overwhelming majority, a whopping 83% of employees, report high levels of work stress, also faced with other mental health challenges over the past year, including anxiety, depression, and even trouble sleeping.
Where are employees and employers having a hard time seeing eye to eye when it comes to this issue, Winnie?
Well, Andrew, it seems to be satisfaction and understanding. That's sort of the quick answer. Because according to AFLAC's study, 78% of employers believe that their employees are highly satisfied with their benefits versus just 59% of employees who say they actually are. And 79% of employers think employees understand benefits costs very well, when fewer than half of employees say they actually do. So that disconnect can have major consequences. When employees don't fully understand the details of their policies and healthcare costs, it's really difficult for them to prepare for those unexpected medical needs.
Are there any solutions right now, Winnie, when it comes to health insurance coverage? We're in this open enrollment period right now.
Well, Andrew, supplemental insurance like plans AFLAC offers can really help fulfill a need. When you consider that half of those surveys said they aren't able to afford more than $1,000 in out-of-pocket medical expenses, and a third said that they're in a worse financial position than they were even a year ago. So according to the survey, the majority of employees, 88% with supplemental insurance, said that these benefits provide an added layer of financial security and peace of mind. Yet only 39% of employers say that they offer these supplemental insurance programs.
Where can we go for more information? I know this has been a very deep download into the open enrollment period, health coverage, health benefits, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. And there's so much information that you'll want to know to prepare for open enrollment. So for more info and everything that we talked about today, the sheet of data from the 2023-24 AFLAC Workforces Report, you'll want to visit aflac.com/AWR.
Okay, Winnie Sun, really appreciate this conversation. A lot of information there, and I know it'll be a benefit to so many different people. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for having me.
All right, let's take another live look from our High Five camera. We got your forecast in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk this morning. Chilly numbers to start, but we'll end up with a mild afternoon. It's one of those days that you start off with a sweatshirt and you shed it and you're wearing your short sleeves underneath it. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s before it's all said and done. It will get a bit breezy. Southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Some gusts around 20 possible. But overall, a pretty quiet day. Not a lot of rain on the way, even though we do have a chance that we could see a few showers. First alert to a few opportunities early tomorrow morning for that morning commute. So you may be inspired to have an umbrella nearby, but some of us will see rain. More of us will probably get away with it being fairly dry as that system pushes off towards the east. Probably the best opportunities for rain on the front side of the day for most sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then you see a secondary batch of rain that could redevelop over in the eastern extent of the coverage area out along the Highway 72 and Highway 64 corridors, over in northeast Mississippi and the eastern extent of West Tennessee near the Tennessee River. That could be for Thursday afternoon. So let's go hour by hour. We'll show you that with our Futurecast. First alert forecast here. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s. There will be a chance for a few clouds to sneak in later on today, but I think we're going to be more sunshine than not across the area throughout the day today. Tonight, that's when the clouds roll in. The winds are still going to be a little bit aggressive out of the south and west. And there you go with that chance for a few showers early Thursday morning. Not everybody's getting wet here, but you do see by the start of the Action News 5 news at 4 a.m. a few showers in eastern Arkansas, and then shifts eastward and would be making its way across the metro area sometime between 5 and 6 o'clock, and then moving across the areas east of the Action News 5 coverage area by 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll give way from the clouds in the morning to some sunshine breaks. A warm breeze still flowing in off the Gulf of Mexico. Highs will top out middle to upper 70s. That was round one. Round two comes along the frontal boundary. As it shifts eastward, we'll see a few downpours potentially developing the farther east that you go. But most spots will probably stay mostly dry and warm going into the next few days. Nothing appreciable on the rainfall amounts. Of course, the last couple of days, we've seen the Mississippi River hit a new record low, 11.98 on the gauge. That's a preliminary number, but still needless to say, if it's not that, it's very close to it. Of course, we've already busted through that record a couple of times. Right now, this morning, the gauge at about 11.9 feet below gauge level 0. The general trend here is to bob around the 11-foot mark and then come up a little bit heading into the weekend. That comes by way of not rain here locally. It's rain that has happened to the north of us up in the upper Mississippi Valley and the Ohio Valley. That's going to come down to the pipeline, but here's the kicker. Again, we don't have any appreciable rain opportunities in the short term. And the way it sets up here in the next couple of weeks, unfortunately for us, we're probably not going to see very many upward trends on the Mississippi River. Earlier this year, we were talking about how the ongoing dry weather from last year has perpetuated itself into this year. Unfortunately, it looks like this may be the case going into next year as well, because a lot of the forecast guidance that looks at the river gauges here in the Mid-South wouldn't suggest a level that gets back to gauge 0. So we'd have to go 10 feet again to get back to gauge 0. Remember, usually the Mississippi River is running like 20, 30 feet, okay? Gauge 0 by the beginning of next year. it's still October, the middle of October, so we got a long way to go. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, while it's dry, we need some wet weather. We're not going to get a lot of it here. We can enjoy the nice weather while we have it, right? Lots of sunshine here the next few days, and actually milder temperatures, warmer air building across the midsection of the United States through the Plain States, upper 80s out towards Dallas this weekend. And for us, we'll be approaching the 80-degree mark as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 80-degree mark as early as maybe Saturday. There is a possibility that we could nudge our way upward because there's a front that's going to be moving through the area on Saturday. Obviously not any rain associated with it, but it is a little weak frontal boundary. They'll knock the numbers back a little bit for your Sunday. And then we rebound again back towards the upper 70s and near 80 degrees early next week. Breezy conditions, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour today. Tomorrow, put that rain chance around 20% tomorrow. Again, a few showers in the morning. Generally dry throughout the meat of the day tomorrow, but by late afternoon, early evening, anybody who lives east of I-55, that's when we could see a few isolated downpours trying to develop. So something to be cognizant of for our friends in Corinth, Lamar, Ripley, Mississippi, Walnut, Ashland, Hornsby, as well as Whiteville, Bolivar, and over towards Somerville, Corinth, and Adamsville. But otherwise, don't expect a lot of rainfall here in the next 7 days. But maybe in the next 10 days, you can find those details in the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, also on actionnews5.com.
Right now, I want to talk about human trafficking. It is becoming more and more of an issue, and finally, it's starting to gain the stature and status it should be, because human trafficking is all over. It's been happening for years, and more you are hearing more about it because it is becoming more and more of an issue and a pressing concern in all 50 states, certainly here in the Mid-South. In fact, Mississippi has a group. It's called the Mississippians Against Human Trafficking, and it's moving to a yearly dinner in Hernando, Mississippi, putting on a day of community education about human trafficking. The Mississippians Against Human Trafficking was actually formed in 2018 to increase awareness about the act of human trafficking. Let's bring in someone who will tell us more about this issue and what's happening in North Mississippi right now. I'm joined by Lindsay Simmons. She is board president for Mississippians Against Human Trafficking. Thank you so much for joining us, Lindsay. How are you this morning?
I'm great. Thank you for having us today.
I appreciate you being here. So tell me about what's happening in North Mississippi. It looks like there's going to be an event that's happening in Hernando. Is that right?
That's right. We were formed about 5 years ago to raise awareness around the state. And, due to funding and staffing and COVID, we've mostly been in the Metro Jackson area. But we hired a new executive director this year, and she started reaching out and making contacts all over the state. And she just got a great response from North Mississippi and a request for us to come up there and host an event. So October 23rd and 24th, we'll be up there with a dinner, a fundraising dinner the first night with a survivor who will speak to us. And then the next day on the 24th is an all-day learning and action networking event, which is great for anyone, law enforcement, attorneys, district attorneys, anyone in the community who wants to know more. We'd love for them to come. But human trafficking is happening everywhere, and I think North Mississippi certainly realized that, and we're thankful they asked us to come and bring some more information.
I feel like human trafficking has been around a very long time, but yet only in the last few years have we really seen more prevalence about it in headlines, in news stories, and also in movies recently where it's coming to light more. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is just because of technology. Human trafficking has been around since the beginning of time. We don't deny that, but certainly in the last few years, I know we've worked hard to raise awareness, and other organizations have as well. And we're seeing community members know how to report things and recognize things, and that's really helpful. Law enforcement is getting trained on the issue and recognizing where they're seeing human trafficking, and they may have before seen a drug case. Well, now when they go to work on that case, they realize some of those women involved are being trafficked, and it's just an increase in awareness. I don't know that the numbers of actual cases have actually increased, but we're thankful that people are recognizing it and knowing what to do about it. And a lot of that has come from emphasis on the national and state level. We certainly have some great statewide officials in Mississippi who've put this at the forefront, and we're thankful for that. We've seen some good legislation changes in the last few years. So it just seems like, with everyone having a phone in their hand and Facebook and news right at your fingertips, we're just becoming more aware of it. And we're grateful for that because it's certainly always been a problem.
Part of my research shows that a big issue is directly south of us on the U.S.-Mexico border, a very porous, open border where there's a lot of human trafficking. Where is Mississippi in all of that when it comes to all 50 states? How prevalent is human trafficking here?
Yeah, we're definitely concerned about the border issue. Just a lot of chaos going on down there, really. And anywhere you see any kind of natural disaster or people living with vulnerabilities, you're going to have trafficking, and those immigrants are certainly vulnerable. And that's part of the reason in Mississippi why we feel like our numbers are high. We have high rates of poverty and people who don't have a lot of education, and those are targets for traffickers. So that's why we see it a lot here. But we don't necessarily think we have this incredibly high rate more than other states. It happens everywhere in every community. No one is immune. You definitely see people with vulnerabilities being preyed upon, but we also see kids who you wouldn't expect who were targeted just through social media. And the woman who will share with us at the event in Hernando, she was trafficked in college. So I don't think that's what we normally see as what you have in your head of, what a trafficking victim looks like.
Oh, that's tragic and heartbreaking. We have thousands of viewers that watch us each and every morning, Lindsay. If we're watching right now, we're very concerned about human trafficking. What can people do to help and alleviate this problem?
Yeah, become aware of what the signs are so that you can know who to call. We always discourage people from getting involved directly. If they think they see a case, you need to call trained law enforcement. But we have a ton of resources on our website at knowmorems.org, and you can look us up and just look through the list of indicators and be familiar with that. And then we have some videos for different professionals. If you're in banking or if you're a teacher, there are things that you can be watching for specifically. And then just know the hotline and know who to call. Sometimes local law enforcement is very aware and informed, and sometimes they're not. So we have a national hotline who will get you in touch with the right people.
Again, can you go over October 23rd and 24th in Hernando and the Nesbitt area?
Yeah, the 23rd is the dinner at the Gin at Nesbitt, and it's going to be catered by Kendall Adair, who was on MasterChef, so we know the food's going to be good. And then we'll have a survivor speak with us, and she's worked with our group before. We always love hearing from her. Her story of redemption and recovery is very powerful, so we need to focus on that aspect as well sometimes, and not just on the horrible things. And then on Tuesday, we'll be at the Gale Center, and it's an all-day event starting at 8:30, and we'll hear from the district attorney's office, law enforcement, service providers, the Department of Health, people across the state who are working on this issue. We just want to provide some good training and then also networking and resources for anyone who works in this area or just wants to have more information.
Okay, Lindsay Simmons, board president for Mississippians Against Human Trafficking. We appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Thank you for all of this information, and good luck on the event later this month in Hernando and Nesbitt.
Thank you so much.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Remember the Germantown water crisis? Well, there's another twist. According to an attorney looking into that water pollution back in July, the city of Germantown is currently refusing to give more public records. Bria Bolden has more.
A fight for information on Germantown's July water crisis, leaving attorney Kevin Schneider.
It seemed like we were kind of moving in the right direction. Then it just kind of all stopped.
Schneider, who we first sat down with in July, says he has clients wanting more answers on how the crisis happened. Schneider sued the city of Germantown for not replying to his open records request after 7 business days, which is required by state law.
This is not a lawsuit that we're suing people for money. This is not a lawsuit of our clients wanting anything other than basic information that they have a fundamental right and a statutory right under the Public Records Act to see things.
Not long after the city began sending over documents related to the water crisis, Schneider says the flow of information came to a halt. In their response, the city of Germantown says they don't have to fulfill Schneider's request because they say it's not specific enough. They even say it yielded more than 66,000 records on attorney-client privilege information and some information on city structures, among other reasons. In their reply, city officials told Schneider he could inspect those thousands of records, but for Schneider, reasons not to fulfill this request are not passing the smell test.
It just poses more questions than answers at this point, and if they think for 1 second this is going away, they can think again.
Shelby County District Attorney's Office releasing new video of the shooting death of Corey Brewer by Memphis police. It occurred in June of last year. He was accused in a deadly shooting in Horn Lake at the Amazon Distribution Center before leading police on a multi-state chase and ended on Witten Road and I-40 in Memphis. The video, we want to warn you, is difficult to watch. And according to initial reports from the TBI, Brewer fired a gun at officers who then returned fire, killing him. DA Mulroy said none of the officers involved will face charges. Another video now. This one is from another deadly shooting involving law enforcement here, released by the DA. This case involves the death of Melissa Horton in Bartlett back in March of this year. Again, a portion of the video here is very difficult. Authorities say that they pulled over Horton on Ellis Road in connection to a reported domestic violence issue. Horton had reportedly pulled a shotgun on her fiance. It's unclear exactly what happened between the stop and the shooting. The DA's office says the officers involved will not be charged. Let's talk about a lawsuit that's been filed against the West Memphis, Arkansas School District and the Board of Education for reportedly violating the Arkansas's Freedom of Information Act. Back in April, the West Memphis School District fired then Superintendent Richard Atwill without cause. It was revealed to parents and staff that he received a $350,000 severance package. The attorney who filed the suit also claimed a lack of transparency when hiring the current superintendent. In fact, the lawsuit claims that while selecting a new superintendent, there was no notice sent out to the public or the news media. Does your child want a hoverboard or perhaps an electric scooter for their birthday or Christmas? You might want to consider this. New federal report: fractures, cuts, burns from e-bikes, hoverboards, and e-scooters surged last year, more than 20%. Injuries from e-scooters, e-bikes, hoverboards have risen 23% each year since 2017. More than 1/3 of the injuries occurred during a six-year period involved kids 14 and younger. There have been at least 233 deaths tied to the products in that time frame. Okay, the Fed's also looking at a plan to ban menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. The approval from the Office of Management and Budget is the last step before finalization. Scientists say menthol makes smoking more addictive and appealing to young people. The CDC reports more than half of children who do smoke use menthol products. Researchers predict the tobacco industry will fight it in court if it gets final approval. One study suggests a menthol ban could save almost 500,000 lives. Let's talk about endometriosis. It is a condition that happens when the tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside of the uterus. And researchers don't know exactly what causes the condition, but a new study is shedding light. It's the subject of my Best Life report. About 1 in every 10 women will experience a painful condition called endometriosis during their reproductive years. It happens when tissue similar to the uterus lining grows outside of the uterus.
Since it's not supposed to be there, it creates a lot of inflammation. Inflammation ultimately leads to pain and the scar tissue.
And that pain can be extreme.
I would say cycle pain times 100. I mean, it is extremely unbearable, the type of pain that patients with endometriosis endure.
Scientists don't know exactly what causes endometriosis. A recent study offered some clues. Researchers found that 64% of patients with endometriosis also tested positive for a common bacteria called Fusobacterium, which typically lives in the mouth and gastrotract. Less than 10% of the participants without endometriosis tested positive for it. Some other risk factors for endometriosis are having a family history of the disease, being diagnosed with an immune system problem, having too much of the hormone estrogen, and undergoing an abdominal surgery like a C-section. Retrograde menstrual flow is another likely cause.
Some of that tissue flows out of the fallopian tubes into the pelvis.
We're going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds with your forecast. What was it? Oh, yeah. That was, yeah.
But I was like,
She was a part of Aflac.
but I was like, why does she have
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk this morning. Chilly numbers to start, but we'll end up with a mild afternoon. It's one of those days that you start off with a sweatshirt and then you shed it and you're wearing your short sleeves underneath it. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s before it's all said and done. It will get a bit breezy, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour, some gusts around 20 possible. But overall, a pretty quiet day. Not a lot of rain on the way, even though we do have a chance that we could see a few showers. First alert to a few opportunities early tomorrow morning for that morning commute. So you may be inspired to have an umbrella nearby, but some of us will see rain. More of us will probably get away with it being fairly dry as that system pushes off towards the east. Probably the best opportunities for rain on the front side of the day for most sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then you see a secondary batch of rain that could redevelop over in the eastern extent of the coverage area out along the Highway 72 and Highway 64 corridors, over in northeast Mississippi and the eastern extent of West Tennessee near the Tennessee River. That could be for Thursday afternoon. So let's go hour by hour. We'll show you that with our Futurecast. First alert forecast here. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s. There will be a chance for a few clouds to sneak in later on today, but I think we're going to be more sunshine than not across the area throughout the day today. Tonight, that's when the clouds roll in. The winds are still going to be a little bit aggressive out of the south and west. And there you go with that chance for a few showers early Thursday morning. Not everybody's getting wet here, but you do see by the start of the Action News 5 news at 4 a.m. a few showers in eastern Arkansas, and then shifts eastward and would be making its way across the metro area sometime between 5 and 6 o'clock, and then moving across the areas east of the Action News 5 coverage area by 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll give way from the clouds in the morning to some sunshine breaks. A warm breeze still flowing in off the Gulf of Mexico. Highs will top out middle to upper 70s. That was round one. Round two comes along the frontal boundary. As it shifts eastward, we'll see a few downpours potentially developing the farther east that you go. But most spots will probably stay mostly dry and warm going into the next few days. Nothing appreciable in the rainfall amounts. Of course, the last couple of days, we've seen the Mississippi River hit a new record low, 11.98 on the gauge. That's a preliminary number, but still, needless to say, if it's not that, it's very close to it. Of course, we've already busted through that record a couple of times. Right now, this morning, the gauge at about 11.9 feet below gauge level 0. The general trend here is to bob around the 11-foot mark and then come up a little bit heading into the weekend. That comes by way of not rain here locally. It's rain that has happened to the north of us up in the upper Mississippi Valley and the Ohio Valley. That's going to come down to the pipeline, but here's the kicker. Again, we don't have any appreciable rain opportunities in the short term. And the way it sets up here in the next couple of weeks, unfortunately for us, we're probably not going to see very many upward trends on the Mississippi River. Earlier this year, we were talking about how the ongoing dry weather from last year has perpetuated itself into this year. Unfortunately, it looks like this may be the case going into next year as well, because a lot of the forecast guidance that looks at the river gauges here in the Mid-South wouldn't suggest a level that gets back to gauge 0. So we'd have to go 10 feet again to get back to gauge 0. Remember, usually the Mississippi River is running like 20, 30 feet, okay? Gauge 0 by the beginning of next year. It's still October, the middle of October, so we got a long way to go. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, while it's dry, we need some wet weather. We're not going to get a lot of it here. We can enjoy the nice weather while we have it, right? Lots of sunshine here the next few days, and actually milder temperatures, warmer air building across the midsection of the United States through the Plain States, upper 80s out towards Dallas this weekend. And for us, we'll be approaching the 80-degree mark as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 80-degree mark as early as maybe Saturday. There is a possibility that we could nudge our way upward because there's a front that's going to be moving through the area on Saturday. Obviously not any rain associated with it, but it is a little weak frontal boundary. They'll knock the numbers back a little bit for your Sunday. And then we rebound again back towards the upper 70s and near 80 degrees early next week. Breezy conditions, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour today. Tomorrow, put that rain chance around 20% tomorrow. Again, a few showers in the morning. Generally dry throughout the meat of the day tomorrow, but by late afternoon, early evening, anybody who lives east of I-55, that's when we could see a few isolated downpours trying to develop. So something to be cognizant of for our friends in Corinth, Lamar, Ripley, Mississippi, Walnut, Ashland, Hornsby, as well as Whiteville, Bolivar, and over towards Somerville, Corinth, and Adamsville. But otherwise, don't expect a lot of rainfall here in the next 7 days. But maybe in the next 10 days, you can find those details in the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, also on actionnews5.com.
All right, let's talk a little bit about diabetes right now and some of the issues associated with diabetes. It is a disease when the blood sugar or the blood glucose is too high. It affects about 37 million adults and youth in the U.S., about 11% of the population. Let's talk about preventing diabetes and the health problems associated with it. I'm joined now by Dr. Griffin Rogers, Director of the National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive and Kidney Disease. He joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Dr. Rogers, nice to have you back. Let's talk about how exactly diabetes affects the body and what kind of health problems it causes. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning. And, thanks for having me on your show. Of course, we're coming up on National Diabetes Month. And the theme for this year is the Take Charge of Tomorrow, Preventing Diabetes Health Problem. You quoted the statistics in terms of the total number of people in this country. The numbers are in terms of the percentage of population, are even higher in Tennessee at like 12.2%. High blood glucose, as you pointed out, as a result of diabetes, can damage blood vessels and the nerves in the body. And it's more likely that you will suffer diabetes with high blood pressure and high cholesterol, which can also damage those nerves. As a direct result of that, individuals with diabetes are at increased risk of heart attacks and strokes, certain types of cancer, and it can affect the kidneys, the eyes, the teeth, the feet. Diabetes is a leading cause of non-traumatic amputation in this country. And in fact, almost any organ system can be affected by the ravages of diabetes. So managing the diabetes as soon as possible after the diagnosis is critically important to try to avoid these serious health complications.
Yeah, I was going to say, managing diabetes, that is certainly an issue. And I know a lot of people find it difficult. It's certainly an issue here in the Memphis, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee area. Do you have maybe some suggestions or some tips for people who are having trouble managing diabetes or making lifestyle changes?
Sure. Well, managing the diabetes, we have this mnemonic called the ABCs, which is something useful to kind of remember and talk to your healthcare provider about. A stands for the A1C, which is a test that manages or that measures your average blood sugar in the previous 3 months. The B stands for your blood pressure, and the C stands for your cholesterol. And as I mentioned, those values either independently or together can cause damage to the blood vessels. So working with your healthcare provider and setting goals, individual goals for your A1C tests and your blood pressure measurements and your cholesterol are vitally important. Things that you can do in the meantime, though, are managing your eating plan and choosing fruits and vegetables and whole grains and foods that are lower in calories and fats and sugar and salt, for example, are extremely important. And drinking water more often as opposed to sugar-sweetened beverages, critically important. Another thing that you can do is your physical activity. And for most adults, that's 30 minutes a day of physical activity. Of course, you can join a gym, but it's just as easy to walk 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. And if you can't do it all in one setting, you can break up the 30 minutes into 2 15 minutes or 3 10-minute segments. And then finally, getting proper sleep. We know that for most adults, that's 7 or 8 hours of sleep per night. And we're now learning that sleep has a major impact on your ability to maintain a healthy weight, as well as maintaining your blood glucose or blood sugar values in an acceptable range.
It's fascinating, to hear the different ways that people can really get their blood sugar under control and really kind of prevent diabetes from happening. Anything else you want to mention, Doctor, before we let you go with regards to this? Again, diabetes certainly a prevalent issue here.
No, absolutely. The one thing I would say is that, as in any chronic disease, feeling stressed and sad and angry is quite common among people with diabetes. So working with a healthcare counselor or working closely with your friends and families and telling them about your feelings can oftentimes be sufficient to get you, out of these moods and improve your overall level of control. Trying to relax by doing deep breathing or gardening or task, whatever your hobby is, or walking again And as I said, trying to get the 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night can improve your mood as well as your energy levels.
Got it. Okay, Dr. Griffin Rogers, we appreciate your time this morning. Very valuable information for our audience. Thank you very much.
Sure. And if your listeners, your viewers would like more information, please visit our website at niddk.nih.gov, or they can follow us on social media at niddkgov.
Okay, Dr. Rogers, appreciate that. Take care of yourself. Let's take a short break. Back in 60 seconds. Have you ever boarded a flight and sat in a middle or aisle seat waiting on the window passenger to get there? If you have, you probably know the holdup so that person can sit down. Well, United Airlines is looking to prevent all of that from happening, and economy passengers who selected the window seat will board first, followed by those in the middle, and then those in the aisle seats will board last. The airline says the system is similar to the one it had back in 2017. United says it'll start the new process later this month, October 26th. Mississippi Department of Corrections cut the ribbon Monday on the state's first licensed cosmetology school for inmates in several years. State Board of Cosmetology traveled to Greenwood's Delta Correctional Facility to cut the ribbon after spending a year help organize the instructional program for female inmates. Through the program, the class of 28 inmates faced rigorous coursework in the science of cosmetology for 1 year. And once they pass the exams, they're officially licensed. Graduates earn money and leave prison with license and tools.
They can walk into any salon across the state of Mississippi, apply for a job, and easily walk right into that field and just pick up.
You have to have passion to create and the will to keep going when you lose clients and get more.
Cosmetology board leaders say hardworking graduates can earn 6 figures within a year. Inflation, world conflicts, even low river levels are forcing prices for practically everything to shoot through the roof, and that includes the price of housing, a real threat to seniors and those on a fixed income. Walter Murphy has more about how the city of Memphis is working to keep a roof over their heads in the northern part of the city. Check this out.
At a crowded ceremony in North Memphis, Mayor Jim Strickland said this.
We got lots of affordable housing in Memphis. We need more quality affordable housing in Memphis.
The poverty rate in Memphis was 12% higher than the national average in 2022, making the need for affordable housing great, especially for our senior population. But like Mayor Strickland said, quality, affordable places to call home are tough to find. But on Tuesday, Mayor Strickland stood shoulder to shoulder with city leaders and private partners to break ground on a place of grace. The plan is to turn this blighted building in North Memphis into this, giving 10 Memphis senior households a place to call home. And it's all part of the Memphis 3.0 project Mayor Strickland started when he took office in 2015.
One of the things that Memphis 3.0 talked about, how we need investments in all our neighborhoods, not just, downtown.
And they've made good on that promise, investing more than $9 million in North Memphis alone. Another piece of the investment pie is the Uptown Manor Senior Development Complex, right next door to the future Place of Grace.
These doors are to a brighter future, doors to a community that thrives because of our joint efforts. And together we're building a stronger, more inclusive, and more vibrant North Memphis and Greater Memphis.
In North Memphis, Walter Murphy, Action News 5.
Let's talk right now about the Mid-South Maze at the Agri Center, full of surprises and all kinds of things this fall season. Kim Clark shows us more in this 5-star story.
Right behind the Agri Center's Farmers Market, just off Germantown and Walnut Grove, lies the Mid-South Corn Maze. This year's design, an astronaut planting an American flag. The theme, Lost in Space.
Aliens, zombified astronauts, everything.
Justin Taylor, who calls himself the Colonel,
The corny spelling.
says the maze was started on a college whim.
Right out of school, started this in 2001, and 23 years later, we're still here doing it. The very first corn maze was the Skyline of Memphis. And I repeated that for the 20th year anniversary. And that was actually over in Crittenden County, Arkansas.
The next year, the Colonel brought the maze to Memphis and the Agri Center.
It's right in the middle of town. We're right here at Germantown Road in Walnut Grove. It's a great location. And just the mission statement of Agri Center is introducing people to agriculture. And we do a lot of school groups, church groups. A lot of people have never been in a cornfield before until they set foot in this one.
Every year, the corn maze takes on a new design.
We have a big dartboard and we throw ears of corn at it, and wherever it lands, that's what we choose.
Are you serious?
No.
The Colonel says they actually try to pick themes that appeal to kids, even caricatures of Grizzlies players. But if mazes aren't your thing, don't fret.
And if you come out here to the corn maze, there's so much more to do out here, like corn cannons.
You can win a Tops barbecue cheeseburger, a barbecue sandwich, or you can win a Marco's pizza, a Ben & Jerry's ice cream. We have the jumping pillow, which is like a big bouncy, jumpy house.
There's even a spot to take memorable photos.
And then of course, everything is haunted in October. So Friday and Saturday nights in October and Halloween, we have all the scary stuff and the haunted hayride.
However, the big draw out here is the corn maze.
Now the Colonel tells me that the average time for this maze is about 45 minutes to an hour, but sometimes people get a little lost. Hello?
Absolutely, people get lost year after year, that's what you're here for.
But it's all in good, wholesome fun.
You're putting your phone down, you're outside with your family, you're sweating, exercising, and just enjoying something that is not in the norm of your regular routine.
If you do get lost, the Colonel says there's help at the end of the night.
We send the rescue dogs in at midnight.
Not completely sure whether he's joking or not, but just in case.
Hello?
Somewhere, lost in space, and the Mid-South Corn Maze.
Help!
Kim Clark, Action News 5.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, where we are about to enter that season where people start to get those seasonal sicknesses, right? The cold, the flu, perhaps COVID, perhaps something else. How can you tell the difference between each of these each of these illnesses, these sicknesses? Is there a way to do that? Are there certain symptoms? Let's bring in someone who knows. Dr. Brian Cavaney, he's LabCorp's Chief Medical and Scientific Officer, and he is joining us now to talk a little bit more about all of this. Dr. Cavaney, thank you for joining us. Can you tell us ways to kind of differentiate between all these sicknesses that we're about to go through? Good morning.
Good morning. The tricky part is there are many different contagious respiratory viruses out there, and there are a bunch of different pretty ambiguous symptoms. So you can't really tell which specific virus you have based just on the symptoms that you're experiencing when you come down with it.
Okay, so how do we differentiate then between all these different viruses? What's a way to really kind of look at the differences and say, okay, this is a cold, or this might be COVID, or
right.
Is it a function of testing?
It can be. I mean, we think about the big ones, COVID, flu, and RSV that we're hearing about a lot in the media, but there are dozens of other respiratory viruses that cause common colds too. Adenoviruses, rhinoviruses, other coronaviruses, and other things out there. And there's about 10 to 12 different symptoms that we've all had in our life, from headaches and runny nose and a sore throat and a cough and swollen lymph nodes and a bunch of other things. It's hard sometimes. It depends often on other underlying chronic conditions that you may have, or whether you have allergies or typical sinus problems, these kinds of things. So you can't really know just because you have a fever, it's the flu, or just because you have muscle aches, it's COVID. Everybody responds a little bit differently. And so the only real way to know if you have one of the major ones for which there's a medication is to do a specific test for it.
Okay, and I understand there is this at-home triple test, something like that. Is that in fact the case, and how do we get our hands on one of those?
It is, yes. For the last couple of years, doctors and hospitals all across the country have been using a variety of LabCorp tests to specifically look for COVID, flu, and RSV in their patients, including a combination triple test where with one swab, the doctor can send us that and we do these tests. What we've done is simply make that same test available for you at home so that you can order it. We FedEx the little kit to you. You swab your own nose with something that looks just like a Q-tip, and then send it directly back to us using FedEx to our laboratory. We run it on the same exact machines that we're doing the tests for doctors and hospitals, so the same level of sensitivity and specificity, and then get you the result back as soon as we can.
What's the price point on that test? It sounds like it could be high.
It sometimes depends on your insurance and whether or not you have symptoms and a variety of other factors. The list price on our website for someone who doesn't have insurance or is going to pay for it out of pocket is $129 for basically testing for 4 different things. It's COVID, flu A and B, as well as RSV in that one test.
What kind of trends are you seeing now when it comes to flu, COVID, RSV numbers?
Right now in mid-October, while we're speaking, it's relatively low with some pockets around the country, which is what we typically see. It's usually in late October, early November that we start to see those early flu cases popping up in schools and nursing homes and other places around the country. The CDC is currently predicting a relatively moderate surge of COVID this fall because right now it's still the Omicron subvariant that's circulating. Now, if we get another big mutation or big shift in the genetics of that, we could get another surge. The CDC is also predicting a relatively typical flu and RSV season, which again also starts to go up during the next month or two. So it's always a good time to be thinking about how you're going to prevent it and then take care of it if you do get it. The easiest and best thing that you can do right now is get the new COVID booster, which is completely different than in prior years. It is specifically targeted at the XBB subvariant, the Omicron COVID strain. And then the flu vaccine is also new this year for the 4 most commonly circulating strains of influenza A and B around the world. For those over 65 or of other particular vulnerabilities, there is also an RSV vaccine that has recently been approved. So that's your preventive measure. But then if you do unfortunately get sick, take good care of yourself, get enough sleep, try hard not to transmit it to other people, and all of those other good measures that your grandmother probably taught you.
All right, Dr. Brian Cavaney, Chief Medical Scientific Officer, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope everybody stays well this flu and cold season.
All right, we're going to take a short break right now. Back in 60 seconds. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk this morning. Chilly numbers to start, but we'll end up with a mild afternoon. It's one of those days that you start off with a sweatshirt and you shed it and you're wearing your short sleeves underneath it. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s before it's all said and done. It will get a bit breezy, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour, some gusts around 20 possible. But overall, a pretty quiet day. Not a lot of rain on the way, even though we do have a chance that we could see a few showers. First alert to a few opportunities early tomorrow morning for that morning commute. So you may be inspired to have an umbrella nearby, but some of us will see rain. More of us will probably get away with it being fairly dry as that system pushes off towards the east. Probably the best opportunities for rain on the front side of the day for most sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And then you see a secondary batch of rain that could redevelop over in the eastern extent of the coverage area out along the Highway 72 and Highway 64 corridors, over in northeast Mississippi and the eastern extent of West Tennessee near the Tennessee River. That could be for Thursday afternoon. So let's go hour by hour. We'll show you that with our futurecast. First alert forecast here. Temperatures on our way to the middle 70s. There will be a chance for a few clouds to sneak in later on today, but I think we're going to be more sunshine than not across the area throughout the day today. Tonight, that's when the clouds roll in. The winds are still going to be a little bit aggressive out of the south and west. And there you go with that chance for a few showers early Thursday morning. Not everybody's getting wet here, but you do see by the start of the Action News 5 news at 4 a.m. a few showers in eastern Arkansas, and then shifts eastward and would be making its way across the metro area sometime between 5 and 6 o'clock, and then moving across the areas east of the Action News 5 coverage area by 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll give way from the clouds in the morning to some sunshine breaks. A warm breeze still flowing in off the Gulf of Mexico. Highs will top out middle to upper 70s. That was round one. Round two comes along the frontal boundary. As it shifts eastward, we'll see a few downpours potentially developing the farther east that you go. But most spots will probably stay mostly dry and warm going into the next few days. Nothing appreciable in the rainfall amounts. Of course, the last couple of days, we've seen the Mississippi River hit a new record low, 11.98 on the gauge. That's a preliminary number, but still needless to say, if it's not that, it's very close to it. Of course, we've already busted through that record a couple of times. Right now, this morning, the gauge at about 11.9 feet below gauge level 0. The general trend here is to bob around the 11-foot mark and then come up a little bit heading into the weekend. That comes by way of not rain here locally. It's rain that has happened to the north of us up in the upper Mississippi Valley and the Ohio Valley. That's going to come down to the pipeline, but here's the kicker. Again, we don't have any appreciable rain opportunities in the short term. And the way it sets up here in the next couple of weeks, unfortunately for us, we're probably not going to see very many upward trends on the Mississippi River. Earlier this year, we were talking about how the ongoing dry weather from last year has perpetuated itself into this year. Unfortunately, it looks like this may be the case going into next year as well, because a lot of the forecast guidance that looks at the river gauges here in the Mid-South wouldn't suggest a level that gets back to gauge 0. So we'd have to go 10 feet again to get back to gauge 0. Remember, usually the Mississippi River is running like 20, 30 feet, okay? Gauge 0 by the beginning of next year. It's still October, the middle of October, so we got a long way to go. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Of course, while it's dry, we need some wet weather. We're not going to get a lot of it here. We can enjoy the nice weather while we have it, right? Lots of sunshine here the next few days, and actually milder temperatures, warmer air building across the midsection of the United States through the Plain States, upper 80s out towards Dallas this weekend. And for us, we'll be approaching the 80-degree mark as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 80-degree mark as early as maybe Saturday. There is a possibility that we could nudge our way upward because there's a front that's going to be moving through the area on Saturday. Obviously not any rain associated with it, but it is a little weak frontal boundary. They'll knock the numbers back a little bit for your Sunday. And then we rebound again back towards the upper 70s and near 80 degrees early next week. Breezy conditions, southwesterly breeze flow around 10 to 15 miles per hour today. Tomorrow, put that rain chance around 20% tomorrow. Again, a few showers in the morning. Generally dry throughout the meat of the day tomorrow, but by late afternoon, early evening, anybody who lives east of I-55, that's when we could see a few isolated downpours trying to develop. So something to be cognizant of for our friends in Corinth, Lamar, Ripley, Mississippi, Walnut, Ashland, Hornsby, as well as Whiteville, Bolivar, and over towards Somerville, Corinth, and Adamsville. But otherwise, don't expect a lot of rainfall here in the next 7 days. But maybe in the next 10 days, you can find those details in the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, also on actionnews5.com.
All right, good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a recent nationwide study of people ages 65 and up that found more than 1/3 are dissatisfied with their current medical care and are seeking some new options. Joining us now to talk about that is Dr. Sai Solomon. He is internal medicine specialist, dedicated senior medical center. And Dr. Solomon, thank you for joining us right now. I want to ask you, why are so many older Americans looking to change their doctor? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning to the great people of Memphis. Well, a recent study that, a national survey that came out says that 1/3 of all patients about the age of 65 are looking into changing their primary care provider. And we see that one of the many reasons, but one of the main reasons is the inability to access their doctor in a rightly time, and an inability to be able to speak to their doctors when they need to. So it's more of an access issue. And here at Dedicated Senior Medical Centers, we're committed to building that trust with our patients so they have access to their primary care providers when they need to.
Let me ask you this. What kind of improvements in care are people looking for?
Well, I would say there are many, but if I would have to list the top three, one is access to their physicians in a timely fashion, a staff that's able to cater and provide personalized care, but most importantly, physicians that provide a very humanistic approach to care to our patients.
Okay, and is there anything that people with common chronic conditions that you see at 65 and up, like diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, is there anything that they can do to make sure that they're receiving better care?
Well, I think the first thing is to make sure that they have access to a great primary care provider. Second is to ensure that they're outlining to their care team their medical issues and the things that are affecting the way they approach health. There are many things other than the inability to or the access to take medications that affects a person's health. I think it's important for our patients to outline the things that are their barriers. A lot of time is having inability to access food, an ability to be able to maximize their health insurance so they can satisfy their healthcare needs. So here at Dedicated Senior Medical Center, our patients have access to care teams that are going to go the extra mile to be able to ensure that they have access to the right care. For example, having access to a social worker is really important. And that's a service that we provide in our centers so our seniors have the ability to maximize their healthcare benefits to be able to improve their health.
So, Dr. Solomon, we have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk each and every morning, and perhaps many of them are unsure of how to find the right primary care physician. If you had to name maybe 3 or 4 different things that people should look for in their primary care physician, what would you say? Physician, I should say.
They should look for a physician that's highly trained and qualified in senior care. Here at Dedicated Senior Medical Centers, we vet our physicians to be able to have that level of experience to take care of seniors. 2 is a friendly office staff. When they come in, they feel welcome. They feel like they're in their home. They feel like we know them by first name. 3rd is ask for access to your physician. Other than having the doctor's office number, we provide our cell phones to our patients. It's key to be able to call your doctor when you need the help the most without necessarily having to go through an office. And I think 4 is ensuring that physician is there and available, that physician is willing and able to build that trust to ensure that they're committed to their care and for their overall well-being.
So we're in the Memphis area. We also go into North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee. If some older folks are perhaps looking around for primary care physicians, you mentioned several other criteria. What else should they be looking for?
Well, first of all, I would encourage the great people of Memphis to look into our footprint. We have 3 centers across Memphis. Those centers are readily located within where the majority of our seniors live. I think it's important to know which physicians are accepting patients. Not many practices are accepting patients right now. We are actively accepting patients and are ready to take care of them. But I think it's also to ensure that you are looking for a center that has a robust ability to be able to care for you at one place. Our centers are equipped to be able to provide labs on request, radiographic testing, cardiovascular testing. We have also specialists that come in to be able to facilitate the care of our patients. And those specialists are cardiologists, podiatrists. So it's more so that robust, comprehensive, personalized primary care that our centers provide for seniors across Memphis.
Where can we go for more information online, Doctor?
There's 2 great ways to find further information about our practice. One is calling 855-288-7815. Again, that's 855-288-7815. And if you're curious about trying to understand if you have the right doctor currently, we would encourage you to go to rightdoctorquiz.com. Again, that's rightdoctorquiz.com.
Okay. Dr. Saeed Solomon, internal medicine specialist for Dedicated Senior Medical Center. We appreciate your time this morning. Very valuable. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew, for your time.
Right now, I do want to talk about the season that we're in, the fall season. And the fall season brings with us cooler air, football games, and lots of pumpkins. Yes, pumpkins. We're talking with Jennifer Chandler, the food reporter at the Commercial Appeal.
So, and you know, now that the weather has gotten a little cooler, I think it's the perfect time to talk about the all quintessential flavor right now, pumpkin spice. You know, I have this thing that I get mad at Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts and Trader Joe's every year because I think it shows up earlier and earlier every season. I mean, I think I saw some pumpkin stuff on the shelves and being promoted back in August. Don't you think it was that early this year?
Yeah, I know. You know, and it's so funny, Jennifer. We have a little dynamic in the morning because our meteorologist in the morning, Patrick, is for some reason not a fan of pumpkin flavors. And I'm just like, dude, what's wrong with you? You know, like I love pumpkin stuff. I love the nutmeg and the cinnamon and everything else associated with it. So I'm a big fan. And when I heard you were talking about the different places to get pumpkin treats and fall treats, I'm all in. I'm ready for it. Let's go.
Well, I do like pumpkin spice. I only like it this time of year. I don't like it in August, but when it comes October and November, it's one of my favorite flavors. And every year I do a roundup of my favorite pumpkin spice treats that are made by local bakeries and restaurants. So this year, I narrowed my list down to 5. There are a lot more others out there. So don't, you know, if you have one you love, let me know if I missed it. So I'll make sure to include it next year. But we're going to start in Overton Square at 17 Berkshire. So the owner there is Nuha Abudaher, and she just, if you haven't been to 17 Berkshire, you need to go. It's a little gem of a bakery and a tea shop. She does high tea, and her desserts are exquisite. They're usually very fancy French desserts, but then she also does some kind of home-style American desserts like this one. This is a pumpkin praline cheesecake bar. And I mean, it is the perfect blend of all those spices that we were talking about that we love that go into pumpkin pie spice. It has creamy swirls of cheesecake. It has a little bit of that praline flavor in there. And they're really, really yummy. I would suggest getting it. She has a pumpkin spice latte. I think she calls it the autumn latte on her coffee bar menu. It would be delicious with that as well as with a cup of tea. So 17 Berkshire, definitely check out that little bakery in Overton Square. It's kind of on the back side. So if you know where the parking garage is, and there's that courtyard there, she's right off of the courtyard. And it's a great little place. Next on my list is cinnamon rolls. So this is kind of an untraditional place that you would think to find pumpkin spice, but Roland Cafe in Cordova is known for their just fabulous cinnamon rolls, and they always have seasonal flavors. They have different weekly changes that they do. You can kind of create your own sometimes based on the flavors they have, but they're always really creative, and they take cinnamon rolls to a whole new level. So she has a pumpkin spice glazed cinnamon roll that is absolutely delicious. Rachel Sykes is the owner there, and her cinnamon rolls on their own are so good, and that cinnamon, and then you pour a pumpkin spiced glaze over the top, and it just really enhances all of those fall flavors. So if you're into cinnamon rolls, take a trip out to Cordova and check out Roland Cafe. Next on my list is another bar. This one is from Frost Bake Shop. So the chef and owner at Frost is Bill Cluse, and for the Memphis Food and Wine Festival, I think last year or maybe the year before, he was trying, which happens usually in October every couple of years, and he was trying to think of a dish to promote, and he came up with a spin on his famous gooey cookies. He made pumpkin gooey bars that are topped with salted pecans. So this is a bar version of their famous gooey cookies, and they're gooey, they're yummy, they're super sweet, and I think that the salted pecans gives it that salt and sweet flavor, that play there, that makes these really, really yummy. And the only problem with them is you can't just eat one. But they do sell them by the bar individually, and you can also buy, which you can do for their regular any bars that they do and their brownies and things like that. If you're having a party, they sell them by the box, and so it's almost like a baking sheet size box that they're baked in, and then you can take them home and you can cut them into any size that you want depending on what you're doing for entertaining. So that's a tip for Frost Bake Shop when you're having a party and you're looking for something to serve, is consider one of their bars or brownies. Okay, this next one is something that is definitely not normally where you would expect to find a pumpkin spice flavor. We're going to talk ice cream. So Sugar Ghost Ice Cream and Bubble Tea Shop, they make their own ice creams in-house, and they always do some creative flavors. One of my favorite is their Ubi ice cream, which is their purple sweet potato ice cream, and it is like this vibrant purple color, and it actually has a nutty flavor that's kind of tastes like pistachio. So they have fun with their flavors, and of course for the season they had to incorporate pumpkin. So they've done a pumpkin Oreo cheesecake ice cream, and it is just so yummy. I mean, I love to make, in fact, one of the things I do for Thanksgiving is I make a pumpkin cheesecake and I give it a chocolate crust, and then I use kind of like chocolate wafer cookies or Oreos in that, and this is just a play on that in an ice cream form, and it is so yummy. Definitely get it in a cone, because I think when you have the pumpkin ice cream and you have a cone, whether it's their Oreo cone or a traditional waffle cone, it kind of gives you that idea of a pie crust. So it's a fun way to enjoy the pumpkin flavor in a refreshing, cooler treat. And I will give a shout out for them. They just recently this summer opened a second location. They started on Broad Avenue. That's their flagship store. And they opened a second one in Germantown. If anyone knows where the Miko's Shaved Ice used to be, they took over that spot in Germantown off of Poplar Avenue. So you can find Sugar Ghost and this pumpkin flavored ice cream in both sides of Memphis. And the last one on my list is Muddy's Bake Shop. So Muddy's Bake Shop is known for their pumpkin flavored cupcakes. They have a great 5-spice pumpkin pie. So it's not a surprise that she has come up with another pumpkin dessert. And these pumpkin spice whoopie pies are just so good. They used to be a regular staple in her bakeries when she had multiple ones around the city, especially the one in East Memphis. And now it makes, during the fall, it makes surprise appearances in the cases at her new Broad Street bakery facility. And these are just so good. I mean, it is a pumpkin flavored kind of like cakey cookie, and sandwiched in between it is a cinnamon brown sugar icing kind of buttercream filling, and it's just, it kind of harkens back to your childhood, and it is an elevated homemade version of the famous whoopie pies, and I can't get enough of these treats. They are so good. So all of these would be delicious, obviously, with a pumpkin spice latte or, you know, a chai latte, which incorporates some of those same flavors. But there's so many great things that I'm always just impressed when I do these roundups with seasonal flavors, at the creativity that our Memphis bakeries and restaurants are doing. They just are really kind of embracing it and having fun with it and creating some things that are just wonderful. And I have to tell you, this is such a hard assignment, having to go and taste all these things. Just kidding.
I know. I'm thinking like, wow, the assignment. Well, I got to find great pumpkin flavored treats all around town. What a great assignment. And I think I'm like you. I'm not super crazy pumpkin person, but during this time of year, I love it. I love seeing those treats.
Yeah.
I love, checking them out. And no, that's a great list. And I'm sure it was a tough assignment too, Jennifer.
Yes, and I will tell you, it's all up in descriptions of all of these, and where the locations are all up on commercialappeal.com/food. And so, Andrew, I have to ask, so I will do another roundup at the holidays, and I might do a theme this year on a flavor, whether it's peppermint or gingerbread. Do you have a favorite flavor for the Christmas holidays?
I love both of those. I love peppermint and I love gingerbread, but I don't know, like peppermint, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
What do you think?
I'll put that in the back of my head. I have to admit, I'm kind of a chocolate peppermint girl too. So, but I do love some gingerbread things. So I'll have some fun with it. And December, just to everyone know, we're going to have another roundup of really good treats to enjoy for that season.
Cannot wait. We call that in the industry a tease. Jennifer Chandler, thank you so much. We appreciate you every time you come on. Thanks so much.
Great. Good seeing you.
I want to talk a little bit about open enrollment, because open enrollment is something that most of us go through each and every year. And there is a new study, an annual study that just came out. It revealed more than half of employees would consider looking for a new job for better health benefits. Thinking about that. Think about how benefits have changed over the years. If you've been a professional for a number of different years, people are actually willing to change jobs for better health benefits. Let's talk a little bit more about this issue and about this study with Winnie Sun. She is known as the Wealth Whisperer. She has a podcast, Yes Factor with Winnie Sun, and she is joining us now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk more about this. Winnie, good morning to you. Why is picking a healthcare plan key to financial health?
Good morning, Andrew. Well, we got to start talking about inflation. I think we can all agree that we felt the pinch in the rise of costs of goods and services this year. Things like food, clothing, gas, even housing has been huge. And if you've been following the news, you know that year-to-year price hikes have definitely taken a hit. And this certainly includes healthcare, premiums, deductibles. They've all been on the rise. And even the services covered by many health insurance plans have gone up. So the 2023 AFLAC Workforces Report showed that employers have been impacted, and this includes impacting what businesses can offer their employees today. So this year, more than ever, we're encouraging everyone to take their time and to be a smart shopper.
So Winnie, let me ask you this, because on the top of this interview, we talked about this annual survey where employees essentially said, hey, look, I will switch jobs if I can get better health benefits. Tell me more about this survey.
But Andrew, you're right. The AFLAC study showed that 53% of employees are at least somewhat likely to accept a position with lower pay if it includes better benefits. In fact, a steady rise in benefit costs and concerns about rising costs are causing employers to remain very cautious when it comes to balancing the cost of benefits, keeping employees happy, and more importantly than ever, retaining staff.
So, Winnie, is there one area of coverage that employees are most concerned about when it comes to health benefits out there?
Oh, definitely. Survey responses continue to highlight mental health and well-being as top concerns among employees. Employees want their employers to care about them and their well-being, and also to provide these resources to stay ahead of burnout, because 57% of those surveys said that they're currently experiencing at least moderate levels of burnout. And this is one big thing, workplace stress. The overwhelming majority, a whopping 83% of employees, report high levels of work stress, also faced with other mental health challenges over the past year, including anxiety, depression, and even trouble sleeping.
Where are employees and employers having a hard time seeing eye to eye when it comes to this issue, Winnie?
Well, Andrew, it seems to be satisfaction and understanding. That's sort of the quick answer. Because according to AFLAC's study, 78% of employers believe that their employees are highly satisfied with their benefits versus just 59% of employees who say they actually are. And 79% of employers think employees understand benefits costs very well, when fewer than half of employees say they actually do. So that disconnect can have major consequences. When employees don't fully understand the details of their policies and healthcare costs, it's really difficult for them to prepare for those unexpected medical needs.
Are there any solutions right now, Winnie, when it comes to health insurance coverage? We're in this open enrollment period right now.
Well, Andrew, supplemental insurance like plans AFLAC offers can really help fulfill a need When you consider that half of those surveyed said they aren't able to afford more than $1,000 in out-of-pocket medical expenses, and a third said that they're in a worse financial position than they were even a year ago. So according to the survey, the majority of employees, 88% with supplemental insurance, said that these benefits provide an added layer of financial security and peace of mind. Yet only 39% of employers say that they offer these supplemental insurance programs.
Where can we go for more information? I know this has been a very deep download into the open enrollment period, health coverage, health benefits, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. And there's so much information that you'll want to know to prepare for open enrollment. So for more info and everything that we talked about today, the sheet of data from the 2023-24 AFLAC Workforces Report, you'll want to visit aflac.com/AWR.
Okay, Winnie Sun, really appreciate this conversation. A lot of information there, and I know it'll be a benefit to so many different people. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for having me.
Okay, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have Action News 5 Midday coming up at the top of the hour with Ariana Poindexter and Spencer Denton. But I want to tell you one of the top stories that we've been following right now is this possible rate hike from MLGW that'll be affecting customers beginning next year. The board met today and they did approve this possible hike. Now, it still needs to be approved by the Memphis City Council, which is expected to come up in a few weeks, the first part of next month. But we're continuing to watch it, and we're going to have a live report coming up on Action News 5 Midday with regards to MLGW and the rate hike for electricity. We're also going to be talking about, of course, the forecast as you take a live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis here. A beautiful day ahead, 63 degrees coming up at the top of the hour. It's only supposed to get into the mid-70s today. We'll be a little bit warmer later in the week. But if you're looking for rain, forget about it. It's not going to be around for the most part throughout the 7-day forecast. But Spencer can get into deeper depth on that. And we'll be talking about a number of the different news stories that we're following at this hour. Again, Action News 5 Midday starting at the top of the hour. That does it for us here. We'll be back once again tomorrow morning for the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Take care.